Woo! Alright, we are back. Had to get this. Yeah, wanna vibe out with some early morning gaming on. Everybody's doing okay, having a good morning. Something's wrong with my overlay. Let's figure this out. Alright. That is terrible. Still gotta figure out what's going on with this, I gotta call them about the car. Gotta get the Mercedes out. They had cream and wheat in the longest.
Every 4 videos we filmed just never got out there because they were just not good. Yeah, because especially when I was like 19 and 20, like, I had no idea, right? You know, like I'd come up with an idea, let's climb a building with plungers, right? And then, you know, you can't do it, right? So that's an example of one that failed. But then other times, like we spent 24 hours on a deserted island, and I don't know, the content wasn't really there. It was kind of hot, so we were a little miserable, and we weren't really like in the funny mood. So like literally 2 days later, we just went back out and redid it and re-spent 24 hours on a desert island. And so sometimes we'll like, if I don't think the content's good enough, we'll just refilm it and stuff like that.
And so do you review it with your friends? Do you review it personally? Or how do you just
usually it's just me.
Yeah. So you just sit down and go, this is not up to my standards.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. That's one thing I've never struggled with. Like, if I don't think something's like good and like the best we can do and revolutionary, our audience will love it, I have no problem killing a video, even if we spent $1 million on it.
I think that's probably one of the main reasons for your success, other than your obsession and your dedication and discipline, is that you don't have to, like, you don't have to answer to anybody. Mm-hmm. Like, I don't know how many people could do what you do. Like, to get to your position is very unique, and one of the beautiful things about something like YouTube is that you can get there. Because other than this, like, if you work for, you know, if this was a show on NBC or something like that, you would have to run this by so many people.
I'd kill myself.
You'd have so many kitchen staff in there trying to put their ingredient in the soup. There'd be so many chefs.
They'd want to standardize things so it's replicable, and that's how you kill innovation.
Yeah, and then they would also say, like, what do you think about us doing another show similar to yours? Maybe one of your friends hosting. And they would try to be chops. Yeah,
it's brutal.
Yeah,
I get that vibe. It's funny you bring it up because that's the.
Terrible news. When the insurance guy put it all the way through, he said the violation from yesterday showed up and it jumped up to over $500. So, I'm going to call around with a few other insurance companies. I might call my Aunt Deanna, see if she'll loan me some money. I don't know what to do.
Yeah, I mean, I would call, I would, if you could, what I would say is call your Aunt Deanna, because we're going to need that loan regardless, even with the money I may or may not get from my grandmom. I didn't even really talk to them yet. So what I was even suggesting, because we still need money to get there and get back. That's another thing. So just to, even if you was to explain her and tell her, you know, what happened, but just be like, hey, I had it for the insurance and some other stuff, but now it jumped something exponentially just be like, first it was 3 something, you know, fluff it. Now they're saying they want almost 700. Say 6 something, almost 700. Just say that, just to, you know, fluff it a little bit, just so that we give ourselves a breather room, just so that way she's not looking at you like everything's horrible. But still, in the fact of the matter is, just be like, hey, this happened, and, you know, just explain to her what happened. Hey, I got lapsed on everything, and, you know, just forgot, to be honest.
And she won't tell my dad about it. I need someone to help me that's not going to talk to my dad about it for a few minutes.
Yeah, and then tell her, be like, hey, I really asked you because I don't really want to go through my dad, and we've been just, you know, certain stuff has been happening.
I
But
know what to say. But do you have any, should I Geico? Like, I just feel like every insurance company, that ticket's going to come up.
probably I would still call Geico. I'd still call Progressive. I'd even call like the
So
fucking.
I have to call all these different companies and figure out what's cheapest, or I wonder if there's like an online.
I don't know. Probably, maybe not. I know that's a way you can get insurance quotes, and I was trying to do it in your name yesterday. Did like Progressive, the General, and some other shit. But if you can, you can. If you can't, you can't. I would just try to make a phone call or two.
I feel like that's always a cheap one.
Yeah, because you just need it for like just to get, you know.
We just need liability insurance at the moment just to get it out.
I know.
That's what we need. Alright, well, let me call General and see what that does.
All right, they're a subsidiary of Progressive.
Oh, are they? Okay.
But all right, figure it out.
The General is cheap because the company sells directly to consumers and keeps overhead costs low. Not having agents means there's no commissions. Huh. I wonder who you talked to in the car.
News it. These fucking people with this car. Too much shit has happened in this last few weeks. Alright, bye. Last few days have been fucking, weeks has been killer. Kicking out bills, got her truck out the shop, had to pay for that, and then had to pay for, like, I had to get an oil change for my car. It's just the other shit that add up. I had a few tickets in my truck that I didn't know about, and they suspended my license. Drove the Mercedes to take her home to see her family, and I would get pulled over. I mean, I typically handle everything, but I didn't know her Mercedes registration and insurance ran out. Like, I don't take care of that stuff. If anything breaks in that shit, that's when I take care of.
You came from. I get that vibe sometimes when we work with production crews, and I kind of see a little bit of that world, how it's like a lot more standardized. And
when you work with production crews, do they like come up with ideas and like, hey,
yeah,
it's not right,
it's more like what am I trying to say? It's like they're used to scripted stuff, and we're not scripted, so it's like they just like, you don't know. Like we're planning on it taking 2 hours. Fuck it, they could take 20 hours. I don't fucking know. Whatever this hypothetical scene is, right? And so like the kind of way we do things to them, it just seems so barbaric. But it's like that's how you get that natural, authentic stuff that's not scripted.
And if you do it with a production company, then you have to deal with, like, I guess, unions and time. Like, they have a certain amount of time on set. Like, it seems like You work with it.
Yeah, usually. Yeah. Well, so actually, what we do is, and this is probably one of the smartest things we've done, is we have multiple different teams that work on building out, so they rotate videos. So Team A will do hypothetically whatever Antarctica, and then Team B isn't on the Antarctica video, and they're working on the next video. And then while I'm filming with Team B, Team A is working on their video, so they like rotate. So that way, and I'm trying to build out fully fledged production teams, creative teams, editing teams, all super independent. So then I can do a video a month, and each team's only responsible for one video, which that's plenty of time to like get a video done, and you have downtime in between your videos and stuff like that. Instead of like most YouTubers, it's just one team and they're trying to have them do it all, which just honestly isn't sustainable.
Yeah, well, it seems like when you were looking at this business that you've built, it's so large. Like, there's no way you could just have one team. They'd be dead.
Well, you'd be surprised. That's how everyone else is building theirs.
Really?
Yeah, I mean,
Wow.
people who try to do what we do, but I mean, it's hard enough to build one team, and so like building multiple ones, it's a lot.
Do you have a lot of guys that are trying to copy the format that you put together?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, the thing is, it doesn't matter. It doesn't really affect me. I don't like to waste energy worrying about that type of stuff. At the end of the day, it's like, it doesn't hurt me, so go for it.
It actually probably helps you.
Yeah, exactly.
Because everyone gets compared to Mr. Beast.
Yeah, like a lot of YouTubers get like triggered when other people quote unquote take their ideas or whatever. But
Do they though?
they really do. I mean, that's like all the time. Like someone will do something like, and it's funny. It's usually like people who copy tons of other YouTubers and they do one thing original, and then some other people take it and they just throw a hissy fit.
Well,
Yeah.
They probably get attention from filming
Yeah.
the hissy.
Whenever we do something, usually like thousands or at least hundreds of other people do it, and
Of course.
yeah, it's part of it.
Yeah, but when you do something like the Squid Games thing, like there's no way anybody can.
Yeah, but see, technically that's not an original idea. You know what I mean? So like,
This is some really bitchy take on your Squid Game thing. That you're copying other people's content, that he's profiting off of copying other people's content. And it's from a comedian. I was like, shut up. Like,
Well,
you think that's easy what he's doing? This is so
well, also
crazy.
the guy who wrote Squid Game said he loved people doing recreations of Squid Game. So he did an interview where he's like, I love it, and he encouraged it. So
well, it's just a hater's take.
yeah, so but it's not even logical. Like the actual creator of the show is like, hey, do this. It's like, okay, if you insist.
Haters are never logical. But
Yeah.
when you, what my point was, when you get to the position where you're at, like you must have a lot of haters.
I would pay attention to that.
Good for you. That's a great attitude.
Yeah, it's
That's what I like to hear.
Kind of a waste of time.
It's 100% a waste of time. It's so stupid, but it's so common for people to concentrate on that and make response videos.
I wouldn't be a fraction of but also we don't really, to be honest. I mean, and most people are pop.
Especially if you really from the hood. You know what I mean? Like you really got beef, bro. This is what I'm saying. You really from the hood? You know, whether you claim it or alright. Undisputed came out? Boxing game? Did you just went live? I have one person watching. Thank you. He has 1,800.
Hey, are you looking for
23 million subscribers.
the most valuable OG Fortnite?
Oh, he has
skins?
2,400 people watching. Update.
Doesn't make any sense, but let's get it. It's a beautiful Monday morning, isn't it? This guy's just hopping in front of me, bro. incredibly distracting. I appreciate the more things change, the more things stay the same here. Bro, let me tell you what doesn't change. Me. A heart of me, dude. A real me. I'm off the drugs. I'm off the weed, man. And I'm done, man. Sarah Martin, thank you for becoming a member 1 month in a row. First 3 games equals challenge games. 1 kill equals $2. Mark! Are you trying to get me all tickled, man? Let's get it. Oh, you had a great weekend, my man. All right, chat. We had a $9.99 donor from Mark. Says first 3 games are challenge games of the stream. 1 kill is $2. All right, well, we're going in, so off the yurt.
Alright, so
I got absolutely eaten alive by bugs 2 days ago. Again.
I'm gonna sit here and chat for a little bit.
Henry, I noticed you don't wear the headband anymore, man. I do. To be completely honest, it just gets hot. Give him hell today. Michael Shaw thinks the $1.99, baby. It's not bed bugs. I went out. It got bit up in the same place I got bit up last time. I need to stream all week. I have a lot of work to do. I'll be live every day. I'll be changing underwear though every day of my life. Hannah thinks the 2. Brent, I think the $4.99.
So type in this chat or something. No, it don't matter, but really like when you're there.
From the daddy. My dude almost just one-clipped me. Yo, Nick Lovin, thank you for the $9.99, brother. Good morning. I'd like any other. There we go.
This guy's shooting that over the top, easy. How y'all feel about the new season?
Any other shotty? That's what I was about to say. I'd really like a big pop, bro.
Ooh.
This place is gnarly. pulling a big pot. Oh. Oh. First kill. Didn't miss a shot. Cobra Mar. Is that the most broken gun of the season up close? Holy fucking shit. I died in like a second, bro. I couldn't even get away. Hey Ninja, love you, bro. Can you give me a kiss? No. Do you see fights between... Nope, I did.
This guy. Oh, another emergency.
Savings for over 85 years. That's not enough.
Banking crisis.
Lips are burning.
Geico. Over 85 years of savings and service.
This morning, the government is deploying emergency measures to stop a potential banking crisis, including the takeover of another regional bank, Signature Bank of New York, just 2 days after regulators shut down Silicon Valley Bank, the second largest bank failure in U.S. history.
I think that without this, there could have been some serious runs on other banks because there would have been a loss of confidence throughout the whole system.
The Federal Reserve last night announced clients at both banks will get access to all their funds when branches open today, not just the $250,000 insured by the FDIC. Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen insists this is not a bailout because the funds are coming from a pool of money paid into by Wall Street, different than the taxpayer-funded bailouts of 2008.
This is not a bailout. This is change of policy, yes, but the FDIC's funding does not come from taxpayers, it comes from the bank, the big bank.
All the turmoil began last Wednesday when Silicon Valley Bank, a large lender in the tech industry, tried to sell assets to boost its back.
there's nothing you can really do about it, especially if you need the product. Let's get it.
Sustainability doesn't have to mean doing less.
Cause
Sometimes it's giving more people
When two rappers are beefing in Detroit, how do you handle it knowing that, you're one of the flagships of Detroit? A lot of people got to go through you to get to where they need to go. How do you deal with two different rappers beefing, but they both fuck with you?
Shit, my name's Benny and I ain't in it, man. Them niggas gotta know. And if they both fuck with me, they know it ain't got nothing to do with me. You feel me? If I got a relationship with these two niggas, they know that shit ain't got nothing to do with me. You feel me?
Yeah. There was a viral video that leaked online with GMO Stacks and Skilla Baby. It was in your studio. A lot of people seen that. It was like 5 against 1. Skilla Baby stood his ground. It was in your studio though. Take us through that night if you want to. And Skilla Baby's one of the hottest right now. What's y'all relationship like? GMO Stacks. You got it.
Okay, the very first thing I gotta say about the situation is I didn't put that video up. I wasn't responsible for that video being leaked. I wasn't responsible for that video servicing, you feel me? And I'm gonna let y'all do with that whatever y'all wanna do with that. But I gotta clear my name, because I don't even like how niggas even did crazy and did that, bro. And I've been saying that, I've been saying this, you feel me? But as far as that though, bro, you feel me? That's really the only thing I wanna speak about on the situation as far as like the video being out. I mean, a lot of shit, it wasn't, a lot of shit really just wasn't what it was seen, you feel me? What it looked like, but that wasn't, I wasn't the situation, I wasn't him too, you feel me? It could have been avoided, it definitely could have been avoided, you feel me? But, hey, I was still an GMO Stacks the best, you feel me? I want them to both, you know what I'm saying, strive and prosper, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Were these guys booked at the same time at the studio?
No. They wasn't booked at the same time at the studio. That wasn't I don't even offer studio time. You feel me? You know what I'm saying? It was just he was doing something and me and Stiller was supposed to be doing something and I had no idea they even had an issue, you feel me? It's not like they ran into each other. The situation could have been avoided, you feel me? What happened, whatever had to happen, you feel me? But I was responsible for that video being that, you feel me? You know what I'm saying? I gotta make that known, you feel me? I gotta make sure I say that, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah. It gets out, you see it on the internet. What's your initial thoughts?
I'm confused. Man, I'm heated. Like, what's going on? Like, what's going on, bro? I'm confused, bro. Like, I'm confused as hell. Like, oh man, bro. I ain't know.
Hold on. I know he mad about that one. Let's get to the Mega City. Man, I need to smoke.
Gangsters steal former hitman's car and kill his puppy and gift from his late wife.
Why do you think gigantic people come out of Africa and stuff?
Well, I mean, gigantic people come out of Iceland. Gigantic people come out of areas where gigantic people met and bred. You know, and Francis's father was huge, and I don't know how big his mother was, but there's a lot of giant people in the world. And then they find other giant people and they fuck. They make big humans.
Dude, they should. That'd be an OnlyFans right there. Giant people fucking.
Yeah, big giant people fucking. I bet people would love that. If there's an OnlyFans where you only got together with other giant people and fuck.
I'd watch that.
And then have a little person and then watch it. Do you go on OnlyFans at all?
No, I logged on one night and then I logged off. You know, I'm trying to stay off of masturbation, stay off of touching my own wiener.
Really?
Yeah, I don't need to do it. I'm doing cool. You know, I feel better when I don't do it.
Masturbation or pornography?
Well, pornography.
Want that key. What's the chance of this home life over I'd never get? It's saying he coming closer this way. Yo, that what? I think that's him. Actually, let me get my purse. Install it at server, you know. I have to get a card at the gas station. Where are you at? There we go. I got 5 kills. Let's build it up. Did the bounty board get destroyed?
Is nice to stay away from. We talked about this before because
He came up and
my thought was just
I
that
cannot believe
and you said
this.
it's fine. It's just people that abuse it, you know. So I think like I just I don't like to have those thoughts in my head. It keeps me thinking too much sexual side and
Right.
not enough like connection side.
Right. That's the number one criticism of people who watch porn. Yeah, it makes you think sexually instead of like romantic.
Yeah, and if I want to have a family and stuff, I have to have more like, you know, real intrinsic kind of romantic connection thoughts, and I have to be able to not control my own brain, but let my nature come through that way.
Not think like I want to recreate some shit I saw in the film.
Right. Or I don't even think that way, but like your subconscious just it remembers the stuff, you know, and it kind of mills around in there, just kind of loiters around your brain and dick a little.
How many girls have started to make a living off of OnlyFans now that would just normally have a job and never get paid to them?
Well, it's one of the reasons why we're not seeing that many hot chicks working at Chipotle, I think.
Is that what it is?
The
OnlyFans?
I think it's definitely...
But how do they get an audience? Like, just because you're hot and you show your asshole?
They bait through their Instagram, yeah. Dude, you know no two assholes are the same, is that true?
I'm sure, it's like a fingerprint. We're going to use that from now on to get into the bank. It's like your retina scan.
That's how you get into Dan Bilzerian's house.
I mean, if you really think about how many girls are making like stupendous amounts of money on OnlyFans.
Oh, it's baffling. But do you also think, Joe, that
OnlyFans is over 1 million creators. So, let's imagine that's worldwide, up from 70,000 in 2019. So all those people jumped on board during the pandemic. That makes sense.
This is what I start to worry about. That it's going to be like what is this called, a gig economy? No, what is it? Okay.
No, gig economy is like Uber. Right?
Okay.
What'd you think of OnlyFans? Does that count? Yeah.
I mean, you could get a gig. They make a video for a specific person. So it's the same kind of thing.
Oh, okay.
Do you think it's going to...
Cameo.
Yeah, it's very
I watched some cameos the other day. It was sad.
I got one from Nick Nolte about some dogs at Christmas. I made him make like a video for some puppies that I did.
Nick Nolte does cameos?
That I didn't have, yeah.
Why is
he like, oh, hey, Cinnamon and Whisker. Dad loves you. Yeah, I got to find it.
Nick Nolte's on cameo? How's it? Is that weird?
Oh, no, Gary... Who's the other guy that looks like Nick Nolte?
Gary Busey?
Gary Busey.
Okay, that makes sense. They look very different.
He's like, hey, Cinnamon and Whisker. Dad's
Gary Busey was a great actor who got in a horrible motorcycle accident without a helmet. Yeah. Okay, play some of these. Give me one right there.
Got my guitar, got my horse, got my dogs, got my love. To send to you in a cameo, however many you want. You send me what you want me to tell you, and I'll tell you about it. There you go. Cameo.
I love that. Doesn't that make you feel good, though? Did you feel good when you did it?
No. No, it made me think you should wear a helmet.
Oh, you think people are taking advantage of him?
No, that's what happened to him. He got in a motorcycle accident without a helmet on. Back when LA didn't have a helmet law. And he crashed his motorcycle and bounced his fucking head off a curb.
Oh,
and got serious brain damage from like the early 2000s. He had a serious... That's why one of his eyes looks different than the other one.
Yeah. They remade it?
His fucking skull got crushed. Yeah. In 1988, the actor, then 44, had just picked up his Harley Davidson from a shop when he tried to maneuver around a bus and accidentally turned too hard, started skidding, and hit his back brake, causing him to fly over his windshield and land directly on his helmetless head.
Oh.
Yeah. So that is when things went sour.
And his hair still looks good, which is crazy.
Great hair. Got great hair to hide that scar over the stitch his head back.
That's unbelievable.
Not good.
Well, this is my question then. Do you think it's going to get to a point, right, where if we start losing jobs, right, and there's less jobs and more people are on, like, OnlyFans, right, that you're basically going to have chicks out there, like, literally women holding each other at gunpoint, like, you know, subscribe to my pussy, stuff like that. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like,
I don't know what he's saying.
You know, help, Jamie, can you pull up some help? I need some help, man. Like, I always have this vision of like two Uber drivers, like, you're gonna be my you're my rider. You know what I'm saying? You're my like it's like people like it's all just digital. It's all online. It's just like people just like subscribe to me now. You know, like literally at gunpoint. Like that's how bad it's gonna get.
I don't think that's going to happen, but I think there's going to be a lot of people that are doing that to make a living. The problem is, where's the money coming from? Is it going to be subscribers paying other subscribers? Is it going to be like a hierarchy, like someone who makes like $1 million a month paying someone who makes $100,000 a month, who pays someone who makes $10,000 a month? Is it going to be a pyramid scheme for pussy?
Yeah. Yeah. I'd almost get buy a fake pussy somewhere and put it out there.
I don't think that's good enough. I don't think the whole body attached to it. Like, what do most girls on OnlyFans do? Do they show like bikini pictures? Like, what are they doing? Showing feet?
There's bikini pictures. I know that there's like meetups where like manager companies like have them all go to like a location together, like at the beach, and then they do like, you know, tit touching and like, you know,
they get together
smelling each other's crotch, you know, like stuff.
Oh, and so that gets everybody excited, and then they get more like. So they have managers.
Stuff animals do, like stuff animals do before their owner pulls them away real quick.
I heard that a lot of these girls, when they're interacting with people online, they're not really doing it. That they hire a company, and then someone writes these letters. Because like, if you feel like you're gonna respond to people and text them, like how many of them are you gonna do that?
What if every time she scored, she only got 23% of the points? Would that be a fair shot? What if every champion only got 20?
Last week, federal prosecutors in Brooklyn scored what they framed as a victory in the war on drugs. They convicted Genaro Garcia Luna, Mexico's former top law enforcement official, of taking millions of dollars in bribes from El Chapo and the Sinaloa cartel. Garcia Luna was one of the architects of Mexico's modern drug war, overseeing all federal law enforcement. But the trial revealed that for more than a decade, until he left office in 2012, he was selling information to cartel leaders, enabling them to smuggle tons of drugs across the border. Witnesses testified that federal police officers under Garcia Luna's watch would sometimes unload cocaine shipments for the cartel, or serve as bodyguards for drug bosses. Prosecutors said that the cartel operated during this time like the FedEx of cocaine, shipping tons of drugs in submarines, ships, and planes that landed at Mexico City's international airport. And they weren't exactly subtle with the riches. One drug lord was even allowed to have a zoo with lions and panthers and exotic cats. American officials hailed the verdict as the biggest win in the war on drugs since El Chapo was convicted in 2019 and sentenced to life in prison. But even as Garcia Luna now faces his own life sentence, his trial left some major questions unanswered. Garcia Luna worked closely with the FBI and DEA for more than a decade and had contacts in the highest levels of the American government. In all that time, is it really possible that the Americans had no idea what he was up to? The trial itself didn't offer a lot of clarity on what the U.S. knew and when. Prosecutors kept the case focused on corruption in Mexico, but the clear implication is that the Americans must have known more about Garcia Luna's cartel involvement than they've let on. Adam Isaacson has been monitoring American law enforcement efforts in Latin America for years. He watched the Garcia Luna trial closely.
It seems pretty clear that the DEA and other parts of the United States government knew that Garcia Luna was not somebody that they could fully trust, and that in fact he may have been colluding with armed groups with organized crime. But they still found him useful because he was going after other organized crime groups at the same time.
That might be shocking, except the DEA has a long history of playing a dangerous game in Latin America, sending money and weapons of war to police and military units with terrible records of abuse. Unlike the trial of El Chapo, which was big news in the United States, Garcia Liz case didn't get a lot of press, but some important members of Congress are starting to pay attention. Senator Chuck Grassley sent a letter to the heads of the DEA and FBI demanding explanation for how Garcia Luna was able to work for the U.S. while also helping El Chapo smuggle more than 100,000 pounds of cocaine across the border. Somehow, after 5 weeks of trial testimony, that's still a question that nobody wants to answer.
I'm Michael Learmont, editor-in-chief of Vice News. Too often, traditional news outlets shy away from the real stories and experiences of those living through global conflicts. Not Vice News. Our reporters are on the ground, fearlessly covering the human stories that shape our world. You and millions of others can continue to read, watch, and listen to Vice News for free. But we hope you'll consider making a one-time or ongoing contribution of any size at vice.com/contribute. Every contribution, no matter how big or small, helps support the journalism Vice News brings to you every day. Thank you.
This video is made possible by Nebula. Use the link down in the description to support my channel directly and watch dozens of additional videos in my ongoing modern conflict series. Russia and China, two countries that are these days more often thought of as close allies, but are in reality more like mortal enemies. Just weeks before the Russian army invaded Ukraine, the Russian and Chinese leaders, Putin and Xi, declared during a meeting that their partnership was one that contained no limits. In the 12 months now since the Russian invasion began, the Chinese have never once condemned the Russians for any of their actions, and they have abstained on every critical vote to the United Nations, as they did in September when they abstained on the UN Security Council vote to condemn Russia's unilateral annexations of 4 Ukrainian oblasts. Senior Chinese officials have openly cited support for Russia's security concerns around NATO enlargement in Eastern Europe, while blaming the United States and NATO for dragging the conflict out by supplying the Ukrainians with weapons and arms. And while Russia has been steadily losing their ability to export oil and gas to Europe, the Chinese have stepped in to take some of their place. Compared to a year ago before the war, the Chinese are now buying up 60% more of their energy resources from Russia, providing the Russian war machine with much-needed cash to continue fighting their war in Ukraine. And to make their growing alliance even clearer to the West, the Russians and Chinese even flew joint patrols adjacent to the Japanese and South Korean air defense zones back in May of 2022, precisely when Joe Biden was visiting U.S. allies in Asia. For the past several years, even before the Russians invaded Ukraine, Beijing and Moscow have been growing increasingly closer together as their relationship shifts ever closer into something resembling a more formal military alliance. And it's pretty easy to see why they would work so closely together, at least for now. In a lot of ways, a Sino-Russian alliance today in the 2020s makes perfect geopolitical sense. But it won't make much sense at all after a few more decades. You see, both Russia and China are authoritarian great powers who each wish to disrupt and change the status quo in Eurasia to their benefit. On Eurasia's western flank, Russia isn't satisfied with
Alright, got insurance on both of her cars now. Her truck and her Mercedes. Sheesh. Alright, y'all need to sit there and do that real quick. I'm still here.
Switch to Verizon and get Welcome Unlimited for just $25 a line, guaranteed for 3 years. And keep your own phone.
I love that we both got an awesome network and the same money too.
That's Welcome Unlimited for just $25 a line. Verizon.
I mean, I think that there was a lot of witness tampering that was happening. Kelsey got on the stand, changed her whole story, didn't remember who paid for a lawyer. Like, you know what I mean? Like, all types of just like... Man, listen, I've been to court before. I've dealt with juries. Like these are all like by the time the jury selection is over, you have a group of intelligent people on that stand. They're usually middle-aged or older, and sometimes retirees, whatever else. These are not hip-hop fans. They don't give a shit. You know what I mean? They're not ooh-ah with you. These are not your fans. These are a group of people that are taking time out of their lives. They don't even probably want to be there. That are doing their civic duty. And they're going to look at the facts. And they all have to agree unanimously, which is what they did. All 12 jurors said yes. I remember one of the guys was like, yes, I'm absolutely sure that this is my vote. You know what I mean? So, listen, man, we'll see what happens. I don't know Tory. I've never met him. You know, the little back and forth on Instagram, I don't give a shit about. At the end of the day, no one really knows what happened, but he is facing 23 years in the worst case, and he's also going to be deported.
I don't feel like he even gonna get half. It's just
Okay, so 12 years. It's still a huge amount.
It's like I feel like they probably give him a year or two in the prison.
A year or two? No, I don't think so.
This is
I would bet
first.
money that. Well, no, I don't want to bet on someone.
Yeah, because it was like
I don't want to do it.
But it's like
He's not going to get a year or two. Not over a convicted. How many felonies did he find? He was found guilty of multiple felonies. He's not going to get a year or two.
because this is his first rodeo though. Like, does he have a background? That's gonna be lean. They gonna be leaning on that too. The judge will probably look like, man, this man ain't never getting none of nobody. And it's like it probably was some, feel me, some domestic, some partnership shit. Like, and
he was convicted of 3 felonies: assault with a semi-automatic handgun, carrying a loaded, unregistered firearm in a vehicle, and discharging a firearm with gross negligence.
California shit. So I don't even know what comes with it. Because I don't know, like in Chicago, you get different charges for shit. But that's, I wish the best for him though, man. Because personally, I don't feel like nobody should have to go to jail and do serious amounts of time for some shit like that. He didn't even, she didn't almost die. He didn't hit an artery. Then she just got like little fragments in her foot or some shit like that.
Huh, I didn't realize. I have no good one. No? No. Reroll. Alright, where am I going to go? Let's look. Here, I was trying to go like here. back is killing me. Alright, where am I going? But I don't. Let's not go. was lucky. My head was peeking. Fucking. Ooh. left the game was I wanted to see. I think I had 4 kills, but still. Yeah, I could always go back and check, but I'm like, bro, this shit. And the shit that made me mad is because I know it was my fault. I kept sitting there, I knew I was like,
it's like he didn't try to kill this girl. It wasn't like he, they talking about he was saying dance bitch and all this shit. I don't believe that. Like, you know what I'm saying? It just probably was a situation. Maybe a short nigga probably got little man syndrome, Probably got mad at some shit. She over him big as hell, probably slapping the shit out of him, beating him up. I've been in a domestic relationship. So I know as somebody, Megan is shit. They're mine.
No, listen, I remember reading something about this after the fact when it started happening. His driver, who I guess is his cousin, was like, Kelsey, they do this all the time. So the two of them would kind of have a history of like, beefing, you know what I mean?
Because she looked like she talked crazy.
She
looked like
she put hands on you.
Short ass nigga. Like, you feel me? Like,
she got to be heavier than him.
Oh, of course. So she can, she probably was. This is what I said what happened too, though. Me personally in the hood, this is what me and my niggas came up with. She was whooping his ass. And I feel like she was slinging him. Like, you feel me? You know what I'm saying? And it just got to the point where it was just like, bitch, get off me. You feel me? This move, she stayed just, he's like, you know what I'm saying? Like, we don't know. Allegedly. These are all allegations. But I'm saying if that was the case, I feel like Megan was whooping his ass. And he was like, shit. He probably was just trying to stay. I don't know. All these allegations. So I ain't saying that man did.
We don't know what happened.
Se las merecen, alcen esas cervezas, siempre listas para moler, amasar y aplanar, porque saben que ahorrar tiempo no es tan importante como disfrutarlo. Ustedes son luchadores y esta es su recompensa. Modelo, la marca de los luchadores.
So Fat Joe and Papoose defend Eminem after Melly Mel's criticism. Hey, what's up? I'm A-Dub, and check this out. So Fat Joe and Papoose may hold Melly Mel in high regard, but they don't agree with his recent criticism of Eminem. Melly Mel questions Slim Shady's number 5 ranking on Billboard's top 50 greatest rappers of all time. During an interview with The Art of Dialogue last week, arguing he's only considered a top-tier rapper because he's white.
What you think about Eminem being at number 5 on the Billboard top 50 rappers of all time list?
Obviously, he's a capable rapper. If you were talking about sales, he sold more than everybody. If you're talking about rhyme style, okay, he got a rhyme style. But he's white. He's white. So now, if Eminem was just another nigga like all the rest of us, would he be top 5 on that list when a nigga that can rhyme just as good as him is 35? That had records and all that. He's 35. He's white. So now you could be, anybody could be as mad as they could feel how they want to feel. If you don't think that race plays a part in the equation of how great he is, I heard one of the dudes that's down with him, Royce the 6'9", or Roy, it was one of I heard he's just as good as Eminem. Why ain't he as big as Eminem? Because he's black. That shit hard to figure out. Eminem gets a top spot because he's white.
Chewing over his comments on Instagram Live on Monday, Fat Joe and Papoose respectfully disagree with Melly Mel, claiming that Eminem's lyrical talents are undisputed regardless of his race.
I disagree. I disagree with that because even though Eminem is Caucasian, you know what I'm saying, we can't act like we don't, obviously so tough. You cannot front on his skill set, man.
No way.
You can't deny that skill set, man. Nah. You can put that skill set on any nationality. I don't care what race.
And we don't, in fact,
we don't want to make this so much a race thing, even though it is a race thing. But I was at the slam dunk contest, and I knew I had never seen a white boy dunk like that before. And so, and while he was doing it, I realized my whole life has been based on basketball.
Right.
I've never, in human eyes, from every park I've been to, from Brooklyn to Queens to everything,
Right.
I've never seen a white boy dunk like that, so I knew it was history.
Right. Even Jason Williams, I don't know if I said his name wrong. A white chocolate.
White chocolate, yeah. But I'm saying,
doing that, boy. What was he doing with a handle like that?
And so, as much as I love and worship Melly Mel, I think he's wrong with this one.
Oh yeah, Joe. Listen, I love Melly Mel. Like I said, his style. He's the originator of his style. He's amazing lyrically. I still listen to the message and all his. And I know Melly Mel. Like I look up to him, man. He's a legend. I could go on and on about this.
He's probably my icon. He's one of my top.
Yeah, man. Lyrically, dudes are still not touching him. But honestly, that skill set that boy Slim Shady got is that. You can't, nah, man.
Fat Joe and Papoose aren't the only ones to have reacted to Melly Mel's controversial comments. Eminem's close friend 50 Cent issued a less diplomatic response on Instagram this past weekend, telling his hip-hop forefather to get the F out of here. 50 wrote in a scintillated post saying, "There was more money selling dope than being in hip-hop when Melly Mel was popping. The culture has grown so much. I'm not sure if it would be what it is today without artists like Eminem. I'm not sure I would be who I am without him, but you know it is competitive, so people gon' hate. LOL, F out of here, we sucker free." Chuck D, meanwhile, defended Melly Mel from the backlash by providing a little more context to his comments for younger listeners. He tweeted, "Understand Melly Mel was so dominant over the rest of the pack in the first 5 years of records, it's hard to comprehend for born after MC folk. It's why I call him Wilt Chamberlain, and Wilt had a crate of critiques for the rappers after him, including me. Just let Mel be Wilt, LOL." Eminem has yet to respond to Melly Mel's remarks himself, although he did shout him out as one of his musical influences while being inducted into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame last year. But what do you think about what Fat Joe and Papoose had to say about Melly Mel criticizing Eminem? Let us know your thoughts in the comments section.
Hey, it's me, your skin. Some cleansers.
You know I'm blunt about to get back at it. The game making me mad.
Chris Rock to go all in on Will Smith, but what we didn't expect? Rocking the boat with Meghan Markle and the royal family. Welcome everybody to Entertainment Tonight.
Chris waited nearly a year to say his piece about the Oscar slap. But the big question now, what's next? As Chris sent his selective outrage straight to the Smiths.
People like didn't hurt. It still hurts.
It feels a little bit like a heavyweight fight.
I got summertime ringing in my ears. Everybody that really knows I had nothing to do with that. I didn't have any entanglements.
Entanglement?
Yes. His wife was her son's friend. Everybody in here has been cheated on. None of us have ever been interviewed by the person that cheated on us on television.
Because I wasn't sure I was ever going to speak to you again.
She hurt him way more than he hurt me. Okay?
For 7 minutes on his live stream special, you could say Chris slapped back at Will.
Everybody called him a and who's he hit? Me.
I think Chris got through it and, of course, came out on top.
I've never had revenge live on Netflix before, so I'm pretty sure that Chris Rock feels amazing. What do you hope you will take away from this special?
Are they shooting? Is that Willow?
But one joke about Will's role as a slave stirred an online backlash.
And now, I watch Emancipation just to see him get whooped.
Critics called it sick, tasteless, and not funny. Chris, however, was pretty pleased with the show. We're told he's in a great place and felt like the performance was a chance to exhale. As for what's next, our source says the comedian left Baltimore yesterday morning and plans to now take at least a month off. Of course, Will wasn't Chris's only celebrity target. He also slammed Meghan Markle.
Acting all dumb like she don't know nothing. Going on Oprah, I didn't know. I had no idea how racist they were. It's the royal family. You didn't Google this? It's the royal family. They're the original racists. They invented colonialism. That's like marrying into the Budweiser family and going, they drink a lot.
Switch to Verizon and get Welcome Unlimited for just $25 a line, guaranteed for 3 years. And keep your own phone.
I love that we both got an awesome network and save money doing it. Hey, we're sitting outside here!
That's Welcome Unlimited for just $25 a line. Verizon.
A bunch of people have taken plea deals, the first of which was Gunna. I'm glad you brought this up. I've been waiting until I was hoping that you bring this up because you know I was on his side with that. And even Boosie commented under one of them to me and was like, "No, 600, that nigga told he alright."
No, Boosie went ballistic.
Yeah, but this my thing. I have been in a group conspiracy before, me personally, and I wasn't the head of the case. So,
conspiracy like a RICO or just like an overall
just
conspiracy?
a drug conspiracy.
Drug
So
conspiracy,
it's kind of, you know what I'm saying? That one's racketeering. This one just strictly, you know, we were selling drugs, whatever.
Yeah.
Now, in my situation, I didn't plead out right away until my cousin gave me the okay. See, I was the only person that got caught in the drug raid with crack in my pocket, so I was not meeting that charge. But I still held out, and like they put us in different pods, and my cousin keeps sending notes. Tell him don't cop out, because if he cop out, it's gonna look like that we automatically guilty or whatever. We'll tell him wait until we get to the end, till they all bring it down, and that's what I set for like 8 months. Until they was just finally like, all right, he was like, yeah, I'm finna take this, cuz go ahead and plead to possession with intent. Cool. Now with the Gunna shit, we're picking choose, because all them niggas took that same plea. To
a bunch of YSL dudes.
A bunch of them took a plea that pled guilty to being in a gang.
Yes, a criminal organization, and Gunna said he admitted that YSL is a gang.
See, but
in court.
They didn't have the same energy for everybody else after Gunna. See, Gunna, to most people, Gunna is equivalent to Thug on the music side, even though Thug is way bigger, and that's his low man's, like on the music side.
Pippen took the plea deal. Jordan's still in jail.
But what I didn't get about that, I've seen plenty of people take a plea deal. Why the hell did the judge make him say that verbally out his mouth? Like, yeah, like, so you're basically agreeing that this is a gang of woo. I would have had to been like, whoa, hold on. Because that, I don't never see that happen. When you take your plea, you sit there and you plead guilty, and the judge, and you have sentencing about a week later or some shit like that, and then go from there. They made him, it's like,
they're parading him.
Yeah, it's like they made him do the worst of the worst, because to the world, you told. Like, then there's people like me that understand it, but I also said, like, he would have been wrong if he just took the plea without talking to Thug or the rest of everybody else and being in cahoots.
Listen, I talked to his lawyer multiple times about this. His lawyer is adamant that the deal that he put together for Gunna does not hurt anybody else.
It doesn't.
It can't be, even though he said YSL is a gang, and I've seen criminal activities and also furtherance of the gang. He said that particular, in a state RICO case, that cannot be used against the other people on the case, as well as the trials progress, he said that if he ever does get called to the stand, he is going to plead the fifth. Because, and people say, oh, but that's only over self-incrimination. He goes, not exactly, because there's always the chance of this state case becoming a federal RICO case. So therefore, anything he says could potentially be picked up by the by the feds, and therefore be used to self-incriminate him. So therefore, he could plead the fifth on everything. But perception is a motherfucker, because to people like Boosie, they can care less about the details.
Exactly.
And, you know, the internet and people, whatever, you know, I mean, shit, Lil Durk even dissed him on a song.
We don't know.
It sounds like
it sounds like but we don't know. But it's just like,
he said what happened to Virgil, he probably gonna tell. And
yeah.
that was Gunner's song, what happened to Virgil. So.
With him and they sung together.
And Durk, right. So, you know what I'm saying? Like,
but still, I just don't find it fair. I'm not taking up for Gunna, none of that shit like that. Like, I still don't. He didn't get up there and snitch on Thug no type of way. He went up there and pled guilty to what he was wrong of, right. And he know he can't beat it. So it's like, shit, go ahead. And shit like, but all the rest of them did it, and nobody. So once he did it, everybody Gunna, all right. Had the same energy for all the rest of them niggas that took that same plea.
Boosie has that same energy for him.
But that's why I fuck with. That's why I said I fuck with Boosie.
Boosie has exactly the same. He said they should all go on a rap tour.
Like, you know what I mean?
Yeah. I mean, listen. And what's weird about this case also is that the type of probations that they're giving out, 15 years probation.
You know,
I've never even heard of that before.
No, that's must hang themselves.
Motherfuckers, rope. Triple life probation.
No, because rope here. Like, we're going to give you 20 years of paper, so we know you're going to keep coming back. Matter of fact, with the probation, you fuck up the first time, you go to prison, then with your original number over your head, exactly. Like what happened with me. And then you go from there, but they still got you. They still got you in their system. They still got you. So it's like, I'm not taking all that fucking probation time, bro. Like, and niggas like Gunna in them shoes, I get it. You rich, you wealthy, you can more than likely stay out of trouble, but then they gonna probably want to lock you up for smoking weed, traveling without permission, all the same shit I went to jail for. Like, you know what I'm saying? I never was really catching no other charges. But it's like, that's just, they give you the rope to hang yourself for that probation. It's just a setup. And all of them sitting taking 10 years, 8 years probation.
No, one of them got 15 years. 15 years probation. Honestly, I've never even heard of that. Like, I'll be honest. Boosie's heard of that during our conversation, but I've never heard of 15-year probation. Especially when there's no time served. Like, it's, you know, I can imagine doing a murder and getting 15 years probation.
After you did 15 years.
After you already did 15 years. Like, okay, that kind of makes sense. Okay, you got 30 years, we'll let you out halfway and give you 15 years probation. But to get locked up, never have to go to trial, and be let out with 15 years probation, damn, like, if you're 30, you're on probation till you're 45, like, that's crazy.
So I was just on papers from 20 to 30, so the whole 20s. Like,
so you had 10-year probation?
Yeah. I had.
And how many times did you violate that?
I had 5 years. The charge was 10 years. It cut in half to 5, and they waited until I was a month out for finishing and reimposed my original sentence. So just they stacked up all the bullshit I did, traveling, smoking, whatever dirty you ways. They waited and let me think I was about to be done. And it was like, oh, come to revocation court. We got violation report this long, we just gonna send you to prison, and how you restart it. So I went, so it's like I did the 10 because they railroaded me for the whole 5 probation and then sent me to prison. So,
Teams have uncovered the body of Ghana international soccer player Christian Atsu. His agent revealed the tragic news over the weekend. Atsu had been missing after the devastating earthquake toppled parts of Turkey and Syria. The remains of the soccer star, who had been playing for Turkish Super League Hatayspor, were pulled from the ruins of a luxury 12-story building where he had been living in the hard-hit city of Antakya.
Some reports falsely stated Atsu had been pulled from the rubble a day after the quake and taken to a hospital for treatment. Atsu previously played for English Premier League clubs Chelsea, Newcastle United, Everton, and Bournemouth. Atsu's body has been returned to his homeland, Ghana. He was 31 years old. The contractor of that luxury 12-story building where Atsu lived was detained at Istanbul airport a week ago, apparently trying to leave the country. When the building opened a decade ago, developers touted it as an earthquake-proof piece of paradise, but it crumbled when the 7.8 magnitude earthquake rocked Turkey February 6th. Turkish officials have reportedly vowed to look into the collapse of buildings and are investigating 246 suspects so far, including developers, 27 of whom are now in police detention. More than 4...
Well, on your Twitter you said free YSL. That whole situation.
I'm glad you brought this up because
YSL Woody. Have you seen that video?
See it yet,
but you know about it.
Yeah.
Freddie Gibbs said this guy was snitching so hard he had to check his pulse.
That's what I seen.
He was checking
the nigga in there. He stood up.
But he said he'll help them set up Thug. He's like, yeah, I know about this murder plot. I'll help sit y'all. I'll get him on FaceTime and help y'all.
So okay, because I got it wrong. It was like the internet is saying that he was trying to set up Lucci.
Well, he mentioned Lucci. He mentioned 21
so
Savage. He mentioned Young Thug. He was talking about everybody. And he had a whole, I guess after that happened, he had an Instagram post where he's like, yeah, I did my jail time. I didn't snitch.
Nobody did this for me, this, that. Nigga, this a video. So it's like, you just like, no, I didn't do it. But we got you on candid camera right there.
But the post happened before the video came out. See what I'm saying? So he walked out thinking no one's gonna find this.
The universe worked crazy, don't it? As soon as he thought he was
it's on tape. Like when you're in that room, there are cameras pointing at you.
That's also illegal too. Like, what do you mean? Like people only get those like interrogation videos from people's lawyers. So a lawyer might send it to somebody else, like family-wise friends, something in the case, and to tell them don't send that out.
Or in open court, it could get played.
Okay, yeah, that's what they might do need that video if they don't, because they Thug charges went from 40 something to 5. So it's like he got like a fucking lean selling charge, weed and some guns.
Well, he has a RICO case.
Like, yeah, but
it's all, and there's a lot of things wrapped up to this RICO case, including the murder.
But that dropped too.
It's all part of the same RICO case. Right. It is and it isn't. Like, you know what I'm saying? It's kind of like...
but this is what I'm saying. Like, I've had a conspiracy before. So they come with a lot of charges in the beginning. And then once they get down, they be like, all right, we only got them on this, so we're going to stick with this. With Thug, what they got with Thug, they don't have
the scary thing, here's the thing. I talked to a lawyer that's close to this case. And what he explained to me is that the problem with these RICO cases is that you have a RICO case with a bunch of charges, right? So let's just say there's 6 charges as part of this RICO, right? You could have your lawyer destroy 5 of those charges. You get caught with one of them, 20 years mandatory.
State though?
State.
See, I just watched what they did with Hood Rich Pablo 1, Free Blow 2. That's my man's, and they gave him the same thing, Georgia State RICO, and he only had to do 5 years in.
Well, how much you get sentenced to?
Like, I think like 20. But it's state.
Because state, you can get half.
So that's what I'm saying.
Federal, you got to do 85%.
Exactly.
State, you can do 50%, but only with good behavior. If you go in there and you're fucking around, you end up doing...
It'd be so many laws that pass and shit, like, people like you, and then the prisons been getting full and shit, so they do things like they kick people. Like, if you eligible and you've been out of trouble and you only got this much amount of time left on your mandate or whatever, they'll kick you and send you home early. So that's what happened with Big Meat's brother, Southwest T. They let him out through the COVID shit. Yeah.
Well, he was sick. I mean, he has health problems or the COVID, so they let him out.
I had kidney stones and COVID and everything in jail. They let me out.
Fuck that.
Exactly. So you know what I'm saying? Like, it's this shit work like.
is neutral. Vodka, seltzer, real juice. Everything is...
What do you think was your craziest experience when you were selling crack? When you look back, like, oh goddamn, like
crazy experience? I mean, there was so many crazy experiences. Running off the block, hustling on Christmas, we hustled on Easter. I remember there was a Sergeant McIntyre. He knew what he was doing. He was like, you know, it's Christmas time. Y'all just go home. I always remember him. Y'all just go home, Sergeant McIntyre. Y'all go home. And it was a crazy experience for me. And you know, getting chased by the police and you know, direct sales, like catching. I caught one of those before. Direct sales.
Actually selling hand to hand.
Yeah, I mean, it's like say I served somebody I know, but they didn't have the money, so they went and see the cops. So police would come and you know direct sales like that. But I beat the case.
What was the craziest thing that a crack addict did in order to get another hit?
What you think? For me or for a general? Like
either or.
I mean, you'd be. I mean, to me, I think the craziest thing is a crack addict let you hold a car.
Like hold this car.
Yeah, like you could rent my car. Yeah, like to me, because when you get older, you start thinking about insurance wise. We was little kids. We were 16, 17. Motherfuckers is scraping the cars. Motherfuckers is selling out of the cars. So for me, renting your family vehicle, you know what I mean? I remember one time that happened, and we rented a vehicle, and the wife called it in, and we all got sent to jail. But one of our friends, his brother, called the wife and kind of explained the situation, like they let him rent the car, and they let us right out. We got out. We didn't even get a charge for it. But it was a wild situation. We was in, you know, fiend car, and the wife had to remember. What's the shit? OnStar? What's the shit?
Yeah, OnStar.
That's like back in the days when it first started.
Find your car, yeah.
Police just rushed the car. We didn't even know the guy that named the car. We just know, you know what I mean? So it was just like, I think that's the craziest thing is let somebody hold your car or actually like hold your house or like, you know, like sell work out your house. But more hold your car because a lot of, that's how I learned how to drive.
With a crackhead's car.
Yeah, definitely. You know, and you know what? I was a good kid. It was just, I felt like my neighborhood had no role models. Like the 134 and God Brewer was just a drug hub, drug dealers.
Well, but you had a two-parent home.
Yeah, I had a two-parent home.
You had a good father.
But my father chased me off that block. But the more he chased me off, the more I wanted to go back. Because it was fun, you know?
A massive group of migrants breaching the country this weekend was incredible. Take a look. More than 1,000 migrants from Venezuela rushing to the United States port of entry in El Paso, Texas yesterday. These migrants, as I mentioned, mostly from Venezuela, were seen pushing against the fenced borders, pushing into America. Both U.S. Border Protection and the Mexican military worked to contain the situation on both sides of the border yesterday. Joining me right now is former Acting Director of U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement. He's the Heritage Foundation Visiting Fellow and Fox News contributor, Tom Homan. Tom, thanks very much for being here. Incredible picture. Shows you this is not slowing down at all. How do you read this Venezuelan movement here into America?
Well, we got to remember the Venezuelans, they're part of that fourth country agreement. They're going to bring 30,000 a month in through parole. But look, these people aren't going to wait in line. The administration's actions speak louder than words. Since Joe Biden's been in office, there's been over 6 million encounters on the border, and the vast majority of them have been released. So they're going to push to enter the country legally. They don't need parole because the end game is the same. With all these people coming to parole, the immigration court data is clear that 9 out of 10 will lose their case in court if they show up and be ordered removed. If you enter illegally and you get arrested, you're not going to be removed either because the Secretary of Homeland Security is on record. Being in the country illegally on its own is not enough for ICE to seek and arrest you. So they're not going to wait in line. They're going to keep coming. This is not going to slow down.
Yeah. It's pretty incredible when you look at what Eric Adams is doing. He's actually floating a plan, the mayor of New York, to send migrants to college for free, courtesy of taxpayers. So, I mean, sometimes you read these headlines, it's like, is this real? Yeah, it's real.
Look, it's another magnet, it's another enticement for people to go to New York. Look, he's a sanctuary city. New York's a sanctuary state. So despite what Governor Abbott and others have done, busing some migrants in New York, they're going there anyways. Because New York is ranks number 3 in illegal alien population. Because why? They can get a driver's license there. They can get a job there. In New York City, they even provide money for illegal alien to fight his immigration case. So this is just one more reason why people will flood to New York. So, and it's going to hurt the New York state taxpayers, paying for college, paying for social services, paying for the legal representation. I mean, if I'm a taxpayer in New York, I'm going to be upset.
The U.S. Coast Guard is suspending its search efforts for the missing migrants after 2 smuggling boats capsized off the coast of San Diego over the weekend. 8 bodies were pulled out of the water, 15 people still missing, Tom. So you're actually seeing this trek toward America, a quite dangerous one. More migrants perceived dead.
Look, I've said this from day one. This administration says your policies are more humane than the Trump policies. No, they're not. Because when you make those types of promises, you can enter illegally, you won't be detained, we'll fly you to the city of your choice at our cost, you'll get the work authorization, and even if you get order removed, like I just said, no one's looking to remove you. When you make them, on top of all that, they're talking about amnesty. So with all those promises, the most vulnerable people in the world are going to put themselves in the hands of criminal cartels to come to this country. Since Joe Biden became president, we got over 1,700 migrants have died on U.S. soil, and that's the ones we found. Some of the people that drowned in the ocean we'll never find. Some of the people that drowned in the Rio Grande River we'll never find. Some of the people that got lost in the desert and the thousands of acres in Texas farmland we'll never find. So these policies are not humane. They're killing over 1,700 migrants, which is a record by far. Nothing even compares to it. Plus, you got over 106,000 Americans dying from fentanyl overdoses that come across the border. These policies are not humane. They're killing people.
Well, the Republicans have tried to put a spotlight on it by doing, hearings at the border. Border Patrol Chief Raul Ortiz is set to testify at the House Homeland Security Committee field hearing. It's happening in McAllen, Texas, this Wednesday, Tom. What do you make of these hearings at the border, and what are you expecting at this Wednesday hearing?
It's going to be tough questioning, and I know because I helped write the questions for some of the GOP.
Making adult movies like he's been telling her. Oh, I gotta meet this woman. Let's find out what she has to say. How long have you been with her? For about a year. So you think she's here to tell you something, and you think what she's going to tell you is that she's finally decided to become a porn star. That's what I'm hoping. And you don't mind that she's having sex with these other guys or women? Or
I don't know. She's good at it too. She got a sexy body. She's good at the sex thing. She'll be a great porn star. Make money. I'll manage her. It'll be great. I'll do a little bit of work. I'll manage her.
How can you not like this guy? It's a dream. Okay. Well, your girlfriend's name is what, Dee?
Dee.
Okay, here's Dee.
If you think for 1 minute I'm going to degrade you can grab that one shirt that you have and get the hell out of my house.
This is scripted.
Wawa's panini flavors are getting even bolder, like buffalo chicken paired with creamy mac and cheese.
We're learning today the extraordinary planning that went into President Biden's secret trip to war-torn Ukraine.
It was a visit shrouded in secrecy, to say the least.
There was no hint of the drama to come when the president was seen enjoying date night with the First Lady at a D.C. restaurant Saturday night. 8 hours later, at 3:30 a.m. Sunday morning, the president slipped out of the White House under cover of darkness, taking off not on Air Force One, but a smaller plane at 4:15, with just 2 reporters on board sworn to secrecy.
They had to surrender their phones at Joint Base Andrews when they met the plane yesterday morning.
The White House even published a fake schedule showing the president at work in the Oval Office when he was actually in the air on his way to Ukraine, accompanied by just 3 aides.
Typically, the president can take over a dozen staffers with him somewhere, a huge security contingent, but we are now learning that he went with a small medical staff, a photographer, only a handful of staffers were there with him.
All told, it was a 20-hour odyssey for the 80-year-old Biden. But he sure looked fresh as he was greeted by Ukraine's President Zelensky and his wife. We spoke to CNN's Clarissa Ward, who is in Kyiv. Can you tell me how you heard that the president was arriving and what was your reaction?
As the moment got closer, we actually had soldiers arriving in the hotel telling us that we couldn't be out on balconies like these ones, that we had to point our cameras away from the street, that we couldn't shoot any live reports.
By the way, the famed foreign correspondent is 6 months pregnant. What is it like to be in a war zone 6 months pregnant?
When I look at Ukrainian women and see them getting pregnant, having babies every day, that really gave me the inspiration. And knowing that there's good medical care around here should anything happen also gave me a degree of comfort.
The 2 leaders didn't flinch when an air raid siren rang out as they crossed Kyiv's central square to lay wreaths at a monument to the thousands of soldiers killed in the war.
I don't get it. I really don't.
For vacation. There was so much to do.
I'm shocked that this actually happened. So there's a Glorilla Finesse 2x concert that resulted in about 3 people dying. It's kind of shocking to me. Let's play this a little bit. So it is. Here we go.
With what was supposed to be a fun night for Glorilla fans in New York that quickly turned tragic. Here are the latest details.
This is a tragedy of epic proportions.
I just was trying to get out of there.
The crowd began to surge and rush toward the exit.
I am devastated and heartbroken. That from 23-year-old rapper Glorilla, who spoke out after the stampede at her Rochester concert left 2 women dead. Today, we're learning more about what caused the surge.
I hope that nobody is still shaking up like I am.
We spoke to Sinquest Anderson, who shot this phone video just 5 minutes before the chaos.
Everyone was headed towards the door, and unknown commotion caused people to just surge to the front of the building, and it just was out of control from there.
We are hearing many reports of potential causes, including possibly crowd size, shots fired, pepper spray, and other contributing factors.
Glorilla, a rising star in the world of rap, performed with Cardi B at the AMAs last year.
That girl really has your back. What's it like to have Cardi B support?
It's everything. This my cousin. I love her. You know.
And just last month, she was part of the Grammys' 50th celebration of hip hop.
I'm not gonna blame some Glorilla, and I'll give my opinion. First of all, when we think about like people dying at concerts and people dying at destructions and people lacking humanity, you think about people rushing shit, just not caring about nothing. And honestly, for me, I just can't see it happening with Glorilla concert. What stampede is happening? Like, and even as a stampede, I'm thinking it's a stampede of women, which is that a stampede? Let's put it.
This is what I always wanted to do, and I didn't know it was going to come in fast. So like I said, I feel blessed.
While the investigation continues, Beyonce, Taylor, and Madonna prepare for their tours. The question is, how do you survive a crowd crush? Crowd safety expert Paul Wertheimer with 3 tips. Number 1.
I'll tell you. People are utilizing a few things to get their concerts more packed and make it seem like it. They're doing venues who are telling them, hey, we have this seated amount of people, or maybe they can stand, but like, these days, they're probably telling you, like, yo, we have 200 seats, 300 seats. So really, you should only have 200, 300 people. And you have people who basically say, well, we could finesse it, or we could do whatever, and we can make it seem like it's me. And I think that's what the fucking problem is. Somebody said they want a apology for Travis Scott. I don't think he was. That was a changing of the guards. Yo, chat, if y'all love me, man, something I gotta chill, man. You know it.
Ooh, what's this? I've never been here. Is somebody else coming here with me? Where are you going? You go that way? Okay, I go there. Thank you. Let me in. Let me in. Oh, I gotta carry this now. I wish I had a sight line of them. Ooh. I do want this tree going. I do want to go here. It shouldn't be. I don't even know, but you never know. My grandma calling. Hey, Grandma. He came? He didn't tell me he was coming. Huh? Oh, the first 2 Mondays. Okay. On Friday, ill. Okay. Yeah, I know. I'm trying to figure out all of this. He was driving a license. I didn't even realize my license was suspended and everything. I was actually going to come past a little later because I really didn't even realize that. I didn't realize he was supposed to come today. Okay. Oh, I was going. Is my mom there also? Oh, nothing. Because I kind of need to ask a favor, you know, because we got the car towed yesterday. The cops took the car. Well, I didn't know that at the time. Okay. She's like, I didn't know Mr. Baker. Even Holly said something. How did she know? God.
existence like dead passion for my lawn. I don't want any parts you can.
Sweeping it up, bro. Cleaning it up. That's how you clean up around here.
Our dad ain't.
This one was funny. I got to the piss, and then whatever video I say, that means he's talking about. I read it.
Or you gossiping, or you chatty
You got to do this.
Is the rumor report.
I mean, I guess we on the Breakfast Club. This is where the tea spills, right?
Yes. The lady's name is Aisha Stevens. She's 35 from Syracuse. All right. Her death followed 2 other women who were caught up in the crush. They believe that they were, trampled and caused a stampede. So definitely rest in peace and condolences to her family and always sending healing energy. So sad. So sad.
We're gonna talk to her for the next 2 times this morning too.
Mm-hmm. Now also Janet Jackson. What's going on with Janet Jackson?
And ice cold Michelob Ultra.
Philadelphia Spring Garden section this weekend. The video shows hundreds of cars drifting and doing donuts in 22nd and Spring Garden streets at about 11 o'clock last night. Police say officers were able to disperse that crowd a short time later. No arrests were made and no injuries reported.
The brave boy who refused to give a Nazi salute in the photo that shocking America is speaking out.
As soon as I heard the photographer say raise your hand, I knew it was going to happen. He said, raise your hand. He did not say raise your hand in a Nazi symbol way. I'm pretty sure my classmates just interpreted as raise your hand. Let's do this as a joke.
Jordan Rouge spoke to CBS News reporter Adriana Diaz.
Do you think the other kids know, but
I think they did. It cannot represent my knowledge, and I cannot do something that I didn't believe.
The small city of Baraboo, Wisconsin now finds itself in a national firestorm. How could a bunch of high school kids do such a thing? It was a topic at last night's school board meeting.
A demonstration of an absolutely despicable attitude.
The photographer who took the shot is now coming forward. Pete Gus turns out to be a former social studies teacher. I said, give me a wave that you're saying goodbye to your parents. And I called it high five. And so I stuck my hand up and I said, this is what I want. I didn't tell them to salute anything. CBS This Morning's Nora O'Donnell isn't buying it.
That's not a wave. I don't see people wave like that.
This is a wave. What they had up is not a wave.
And there is nothing but praise for Jordan Blue.
The young man who didn't knew exactly what was going on and didn't participate. Sorry to get pictures, but you know, everybody wants their kids to grow up to be like that.
Vehicles have increased, so Wait. They should go like deep in. Say hi. Is that the crosshair? Hitting the high ground. Smart. Knocking the building down? Why are these all through? Alright, we gonna play the game. We're going to chill. We're going to chilly chill. I'll take it. Give me the love. Clean them up. I should say I had to. All I had to say was do clean them up. Let's return to the lobby. Those 2 back-to-back wins for you. I need a break.
Targets are on site.
It's all here, as we discussed.
If you're an undercover agent, you need to be undercover. And if you want to save by bundling home and car insurance, you need Geico.
Victoria Afternoon this noon is growing frustration over a display of dangerous driving near the Philadelphia Museum of Art. That's right, She starred on Baywatch along with Pamela Anderson. Now Alexandra Paul is on trial, accused of stealing, of all things, a live chicken. Amber Cagliano has details. For 5 years, Alexandra Paul ran in a red swimsuit on Baywatch. Now she's on the run again, but not on the beach. She's running for a truck filled with thousands of chickens. Why? Paul and her companions say they are on a mission to rescue the chickens from a plant in California, where they're about to become dinner. Other animal activists blocked the road, so the truck was forced to come to an abrupt halt. That's when the former Baywatch babe sprung into action. The chickens squawk as Paul and her accomplice run to the getaway car. They hop in and comfort the frightened fowl. Now Paul finds herself on trial for misdemeanor theft. We caught up with her today, heading into court.
I spent 5 years as a lifeguard on Baywatch saving human lives, and now I am saving animals.
For what?
Tiger Woods' ex-girlfriend says he tricked her into leaving their palatial home, then changed the locks. 38-year-old Erica Herman, who helped nurse Tiger after that horrific car crash in 2021, is now suing him for $30 million. In a lawsuit filed in Florida, she says agents of Tiger Woods used trickery to get her to pack a suitcase for a short vacation. When she arrived at the airport, they told her she had been locked out of her residence. They informed her she was not allowed to return, frightened her away from returning. This is the $48 million estate in Jupiter, Florida. Erica Herman is also revealing that she signed a non-disclosure agreement around the time she began dating Tiger that prevents her from ever talking about her life with the golfing legend. She's now asking a judge to toss out that NDA on the grounds she may be the victim of sexual assault or harassment. So far, there have been no specific allegations. But in this court document obtained by Inside Edition, in answer to the question, does this case involve allegations of sexual abuse? She answers, yes. Rachel Yucatel, famously identified as Mistress Number One when Tiger's marriage to Elin Nordegren imploded in 2010, is speaking out about this new Tiger scandal. Place yourself in Erica Herman's shoes if you can. What do you expect this could do to her life?
Well, I've been in her shoes. I'm in her shoes. She has a long fight ahead of her, and the David and Goliath situation. So she has to, be prepared and be careful.
A year ago today, Tiger publicly acknowledged Erica Herman as a member of his family. He was inducted into the Golf Hall of Fame.
I want to say thank you to my mom, Sam, Erica, Charlotte.
T-Mobile built a 5G network so powerful it goes beyond the expected. And now, T-Mobile 5G internet for homes and businesses is here. Just $50 a month with price lock and no monthly fees.
This tender moment between North Korean leader Kim Jong-un and his daughter stole the spotlight of a military parade in Pyongyang as the country showed off weapons it says are capable of hitting the U.S. mainland. This was the 5th time since November that the public has seen Kim Jae, believed to be the leader's second child. She's been seen holding hands with her father and being surrounded by senior military officials, and her appearances have raised questions about why she's in the public eye now and whether she could become the next leader. We take a look at how Kim Jae is presented in North Korean propaganda and her significance to the regime. So Kim Jae first appeared at an ICBM launch in November. Kim Jae appeared with her father holding hands and basically surprising the world because we had never seen one of the Kim children before. Since then, she has appeared at multiple military events. Instead of appearing like they are spending loads and loads of money on military equipment and missiles, bringing the daughter to these events helps portray Kim Jong-un as a father who is trying to protect the nation with the weapons that they possess. Since North Korea first revealed that they had their nationwide outbreak, North Korea is struggling economically, and there have been restrictions to trade. Despite all of that, we had a record number of missile launches in 2022. Analysts say that they need domestic support for many of the missile launches that they're doing. She is a symbol of the next generation that the regime has to protect with the weapons that they have. So bringing Kim Jong-un to these military events, it not only helps soften the image of the military, it also portrays Kim Jong-un as a loving father. Kim Jong-un does want to appeal to the public as a more generous and a more caring figure. So ever since Kim Jong-un appeared in public, there has been a lot of talk about succession plans in North Korea. So it's very significant to see how senior North Korean officials will shake her hand, bow to her, be very respectful towards her despite her being a 9 to 10-year-old child. But on the other hand, some analysts say that it might not be likely that a female becomes the leader of North Korea. With North Korean leaders, there are these signs of portraying them as being very different from ordinary people. And for now, the way we've seen state media portray Kim Jong-un has been as a child, as a daughter, as someone who Kim Jong-un is trying to protect. Kim Jong-un is only 39 years old.
Wait, I gotta pick you up. Damn, I'm meant to drive my car. I'm poking in this situation.
There's no way she'll stick around if she knew the truth. I'm a criminal. My life, my family, it's complicated. Life's rough.
I just learned about a really weird situation involving Pokimane and a creepy employee of a major company, and it's left me feeling the same way I felt when I was a young sprout that watched Inception for the first time. Confused. Usually when I'm talking about things on the internet, I like to set the dinner tables to prepare all of you for the meal we're about to consume together, give you like little cliff notes on what the whole thing is about, but in this case, I just can't. My tiny little smooth reptile brain can't fully grasp what exactly happened here. It's such a wild web of wacky, shady, sketchy shit that it's just not computing in my little noodle here. So I'm just gonna go ahead and start playing some of the clips and do my best to break it down because it's a really interesting and strange case.
Someone that I and many streamers have been working with for years, someone who was also employed at a large company in the industry, has targeted and manipulated girls, specifically in my community, by falsifying a romantic and sexual relationship with me.
Now, Pokimane treats their name like Voldemort. She doesn't speak it. She doesn't talk about who the employee is in order to protect the anonymity of the victims. Admittedly, I don't really understand that concept, considering if this is a powerful, prominent figure in the industry, I feel like it would have been a great service to actually name and shame them so that way people know to avoid them in the future. But I'm not familiar enough with the situation to say for sure if that actually was optimal. Maybe this is the right way of playing it to keep it clean and safe for everyone. I don't know. But anyway, this Sith Lord of Cringe was a high-level employee at a company that was big into the streaming space. Most people are speculating it was a former Twitch employee. And if you held me down and waterboarded me and forced me to make a guess, I would also say it was most likely a former Twitch employee because Pokimane mentions that this person had a lot of connections with a ton of streamers, and there's just not many brands that work with a lot of streamers that like would they'd share in common. So I feel like the most likely answer is a former Twitch employee. And let's just face it, let's just be honest with each other here, alright? There's no reason to beat around the bush. I don't need to serve you syrup on your pancakes, I'll give them to you raw. There are some fucking creepy Twitch employees that have worked there. It's just the facts. This would not be the first Twitch employee to be a weirdo that has abused their power. There have been cases where some lower level employees have done very sketchy things in their position, and this would kind of fit that modus operandi of someone doing something similar.
Leaking privileged information he gathered from his job, as well as threatening to harm himself if these girls turn against him. He is well networked in the industry, he knows many streamers, he has helped us with many things. This was someone that we were genuinely grateful for their help. A few months ago, a few girls in my community came forward to me with some concerns and asked to speak to my manager. They proceeded to send my manager countless screenshots and videos of their conversation with him, proving the lying and manipulation that was going on.
The more Pokimane explains this person, the more I picture them as an unhealthily obsessed parasocial weirdo Reddit fanfic loser drooling all over themselves for a streamer because they're so delusional that they think they're entitled to a relationship with him because they donate money. But in this case, that stalker creep type actually had power. According to Pokimane, this was someone that they had worked with for multiple years now, and had actually used confidential information from their conversations to try and manipulate Pokimane's female viewers into liking him somehow. This is where his supervillain plan makes no sense to me. It is more confusing than quantum science. So his plan is to reach out to Pokimane's female viewers and let them know that he is dating and having sex with Pokimane, and then fabricating screenshots to prove it in order to what? Like, how does...
I think about my early days of like, you know, trying to get free weed and like trying to exercise the tiny amount of clout I had in like 2014 or whatever, and it was like, you know, going to dispensaries and like, you know, they let you in and you're so impressed by the weed and stuff, but this shit was all illegal back then. But there was like no legal dispensaries yet, or almost no legal dispensaries, so it's like they were getting shut down here and there, but for the most part they were just kind of like floating along, and like, there were thousands of them all around Los Angeles, I'm pretty sure. And then over the last, like, I don't know, 5-6 years, they've kind of just been slowly hammering away at them to the point where I wouldn't even consider having a legal dispensary at this point, you know?
It's probably the guys coming around and shaking you down for protection who are more of a deterrent than the police. Because the police will raid them, and then the dispensary will be back in business like a week later.
Yeah.
Right. Because it's the government, dude. The government's so incompetent and underfunded. They're not going to have an incentive to go shut these places down like the Mexican mafia or some other dudes down in South Central will, because that protection money, that's significant income.
But if we start a weed truck right now, I don't think anybody's gonna fuck with us, and we can go park that shit on Melrose. Like, I see it all the time of people just sitting on Melrose with a little tent and a table, and they're just straight selling fucking eights. And it's like they don't have a storefront. People are walking by buying it. It's like, I don't know. It's impossible for me to imagine getting in trouble for selling weed like out my backpack here if I had that.
I'm not buying street weed in LA, man. There's too many stores that got it.
Yeah, but this shit's expensive, fucking like an $80 eighth.
I don't know. But, like, I get my weed from, like, the homies out here, but
yeah.
I know we just get it off the pound, but an $80 eighth is ridiculous. Like,
that's what I'm pretty sure it is in a lot of these dispensaries.
Fentanyl?
No, it's just got hella taxes on it.
Yeah.
If there weren't taxes, I'm pretty sure they'd still be selling it to you for like 40, though.
Yeah, that's why you go to the dispensaries, to see you don't get fentanyl in this weed, Courtney.
Okay, so you get locked up for this, then how does that lead to you moving back to New York?
So after that, I was just tired of it. Like, I didn't want to go back to the shop. Like, I had been through a lot of shit. I was working like 15-hour days. It was worth it. I was getting like $500 a day, but it was like making me tired. So I figured I would go back to New York just because I was done with LA. Like, you know, Melrose was dying, everything was dying.
What were we talking, 2019?
Yeah, 2019.
Before you moved to New York, did you take your pilgrimage to Mecca?
Yeah, it's called the High.
Fake religion. Because he was pretending. I'm not saying it's a fake religion. It was a fake religion.
Yeah, it was. It's real fake.
Yeah, but after that, like, I was still trying to do my thing. I wasn't gonna work at the dispensary, but I couldn't go and trap because everybody was overdosing and shit like that. So it wasn't even smart to go join that shit. Like,
Also, selling pills and coke and stuff had kind of lost its allure because everybody died.
yeah, and the thing is, people was going through sobriety breaks and shit. So I was fucked up for 6 months, and it's like, damn.
When you moved back to New York, curiosity leads me to believe that it might have been because I stopped doing drugs.
You were a big part of it.
Number one client, Adam.
I feel. How many times do you think I hit you up to buy drugs? I'm gonna say like 10.
Yeah, about 10. But the thing is, you had a whole economy around you.
Oh yeah. All these people around me that wanted it too. Wow.
Trickle down economics.
I had half a SoundCloud on my phone. That shit was amazing.
I probably was giving his number to a lot of people that I didn't even have anything to do with it, but it's like, oh, you want something? Yeah, take this guy's number.
What were you buying mostly during your drug phase?
Pretty much coke and Xans.
Off court? Can I call you Court? Can I catch your name in half?
Yeah. Only women call me Courtney.
I dabbled in lean and perks, but it was pretty much coke and Xans, and alcohol was my main thing for the Melrose years at least.
That was your shit.
Yeah, and I wasn't into selling the opiates, bro, because that shit was like fucking people up.
Mm-hmm. Well, you're a man of ethics.
Yeah, plus,
you're a Muslim.
You don't want to get a call. You don't want to get a call at 3 a.m. because some rapper needs one perk in Burbank, and you live in like Studio City or some shit like that, or Culver City.
Yeah.
And you don't want to travel that far to sell him one perk at a loss. So it's like, and that's the type of shit you get when you deal with opiates. So I wasn't selling that shit.
But yeah, you gotta have a mandatory minimum if you're gonna be linking up with somebody in the middle of the night, right?
Yeah, but that doesn't stop them from calling you.
I still put my phone on Do Not Disturb. Is that a no-go if you're a drug dealer?
Yeah, because you might miss some big shit, bro. Especially when you're selling coke. Like, I went to the nigga who owns Minecraft House. I didn't serve him, so he's not indicted on this shit. But it was a bunch of people there. And I had this thing where if I was serving people who made a certain amount of money, not you cool, don't trip.
You bump the price up 20%?
Yeah, you wasn't even making that Fusi money back then. You was a broke boy.
That was around the Fusi era, though, for sure.
But when people was a little rich, I would make these small ass bags, like less than a half gram, like a 0.3 or some shit. I'm charging $70 for that.
You say it's a gram?
Nah, I don't say what anyway. I say I got $70 bags.
Yeah.
So I go to those parties and shit like that and serve them shit and make a grip of money. So if I do 10 bags in that party, I made $700.
And as a coke dealer,
you don't even get phone on for shit like that.
Yeah, you can't really say no to that. Even though for me at this point in my life, I kind of feel like anyone could hit me up at 2 a.m. about anything, and I'm like, no, it's not happening. So that's like, I'm in a very different place in my life now.
Yeah, my life, when I was doing all that dumb shit, my life used to randomly turn into a party. So I'll be in the bed trying to sleep 2 a.m. and then some stripper call me and she tell me that 5 other strippers need some shit. Then I'm in the strip club with them until breakfast time. Like, having breakfast with strippers, fucking 2 of them later on that afternoon.
Yeah, because how often are you able to sort of turn the drug dealing?
Yeah.
I talked to Indiana. She said, text me the number you need, and not the number you think is gonna work. Text me the number you need. So what should I ask her for?
Haha, see, that's why I said. Honestly, all right, make a list because you really need. Because I need to. That's another thing. I need to get my car. So, well, not my car. I have to pick you up from work, right?
I mean, or I can ask Mr. Ali to drop me off.
Ask him.
Mr. Ali would probably pick me up and take me home Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday if I asked him.
It wouldn't matter because if she gives you the money today, I'm getting the battery for your car. We have to have that because that's the car we're taking to get. Listen, that's the car we're taking to get back. So I'm gonna need. Was that 220? Add that because what we really need is to say what we need to cover all of the other expenses. So if you was to say 2, 4, I mean, I would say like 4. I mean, we really not that much, right?
I mean, we need whatever we need for the battery.
Because I was saying you still have to get your the car out. We're not even sure that your dad's even going to pay for it.
Yeah.
He might, because if he say he might pick it up, because if he does have to pick it up.
If I get the registration once Auntie Anna sends this money, I can buy the registration. I can send Dad all the information by this afternoon. He might be able to go get it before they close. If not, he'll go tomorrow. But knowing Dad, he's gonna want to get it. He's gonna want us to try to get it out as soon as possible.
Yeah, so just as soon as she send you the money, just send him the information. All you gotta do is the registration.
I'm going to.
So calm down.
But I'm saying, am I adding in the estimate from that before I text her back? Hey, Milo.
Yeah, because what I mean, come on, what else are you gonna say? Because you're gonna need the overhead. I mean, what do you want to say? Because what's that? $220 for the battery. Probably gonna need another $100 for maybe gas to get back and forth, and then you need the $100. Not even that'll cover the 20 over. So for the registration. So that's 3 right there.
6.
So you ask her for however much, and then you go from there. I'm just telling you what.
What time do you have to be back on Friday?
I don't know. I probably have to be back early first thing in the morning. He wants me to be in his office. Huh?
After anyway. You might have to leave Thursday. Should you just scrap the trip? Should I tell Jacob to pick me up? And you just stay here so you don't miss it? I don't want you to get in trouble.
I don't know. Just figure out about her, and I'll figure out about this, because I have to call him back in a little bit.
Okay. Alright.
Alright.
Into also a sexual experience.
Dude, a whole lot.
Is that considered unethical in the world of drug dealing?
Probably mostly in the world of
hell
sex.
no, dude. It comes with the job.
Seems unprofessional to me, Corey.
Bro, I'm gonna have to tell you off camera who this lady is, but I was boning the fucking actress.
Just say it, we'll bleep it.
Oh, okay. I was gonna make some jokes about her history, but that'll probably give away who she is.
Whoa, how the fuck is she gonna be doing that when does she have advocacy work to be doing?
Most likely.
Isn't that her thing?
She has somebody to cancel off the
I don't want to say anything else.
Advocating this dirt.
What a pro, dude. What a pro. Covering his mouth. He know. If only we were more savvy about airing people's dirty laundry on the podcast.
I want to make it look so bad right now, but I just can't because everything I can think of is going to indicate who it is.
Yeah, you can't say shit, dude.
Oh, she was a baddie at one point, though.
Hell yeah.
To be honest, that seems like it was quite a while ago.
Good stuff, dude. She loved that vegan tattoo.
Right.
How? At what point does dealing drugs become something that's liable to get the attention of the police?
When you make too much money.
Is that it? Can you give us an income level where that starts to happen?
Nah, I mean, it's more so about what you do with the money, too, because you can't spend it on buildings and businesses and shit like that. Like, the only thing you can do is just enjoy life. And you can't try to make more, like, you can't live a luxurious life. Like, with me, I paid my bills, I ate whatever I wanted, I bought whatever I wanted, as far as, like, little bikes and shit like that, but...
Okay, but I can only... These, to me, would be the 2 ways that I could get caught if I was a fucking coke dealer. Is A, I get pulled over, or I'm at the wrong place, and I get searched, and the cops find fucking 30 bags of coke on me. That seems like probably the easiest way to get caught. And then the other way would be, you know, the cops arrest some dude that I'm selling coke to, and then that guy just spills the beans. Which, even with that, it kind of feels like there would have to be a couple people, or there would have to be like some there would have to be more to it in order for the cops to then raid my house. What you say?
Yeah, but back in those days, I don't know if this shit was 100% foolproof or not, but I was taking Ubers because I figured if he did anything illegal, you can't search me.
Yeah.
It's smart.
But I've definitely seen some people get arrested who were trying to operate on that logic. You ever see the video of Draco when he was in the back of the Uber, he was pulled over?
Yeah, that shit was crazy.
They found a gun on him, and he's like, I'm a fucking passenger in the Uber. Like he knows that they must have been. So, okay, where did the fuck a fame thing come from, and are you still active in this pursuit?
It started like before COVID, so this was like before. Honestly, I wasn't even that big.
Damn,
I was just
her ass
funny.
is
So I was just like
Adam
meeting
Clark.
people off Twitter and
Oh, she's okay.
OnlyFans, and I was like, oh, does anyone want to like shoot content? And then that's when it started. But it was easier back then because I was like, I was escorting before, so like I already knew the process of like screening people. So that's I did FaceTime, check ID, make sure you're legit and not a cop or something. Even though it's porn star content, I just still want to be safe for myself. I don't want to get in trouble. So I ended up I actually am still close with some of the people I did. Like one of my best friends is actually a fan, like, you know. But
Right.
anyways, it started from there, just like not having a lot of sex on camera, and I was like, fuck it, I'm doing my own content. Let me just do it with people that I trust and that I'm attracted to. Well, I'm attracted to and that are attracted to me versus like vice versa, where I'm not attracted or they're not attracted to me. And then I just did exoticas, and I was like, let me keep doing this while I'm on the road, because then I can meet other fans from other states. And then I did Chicago, I did Jersey, and then I did Miami, and the last one was a girl. And it was just like me just regularly just fucking regular guys, because I know that's what fans want. That's where I really started.
And so you're saying that the experiences were pretty good on average, or like, is it kind of weird filming it? Because I'm assuming some of the guys don't last that long or whatever.
No, this is the negative that comes with it. They flaked so many times on me. Like,
Really?
yeah, that's the negative about it. They're just like, they're getting that rush, and then when it comes down to that day, they either don't want to get tested, or they're just too nervous because the thought of them fucking me is like, no way. Or when they do get the chance, it's like they can't stay hard, or they come too fast.
And it's on camera?
Yeah.
So I can imagine, yeah.
I have the footage on my phone.
The fact that these dudes have never fucked a famous sports star, and it's on camera, and it's just like performance time. Like, most dudes have never been in that kind of position where you just have to perform in front of people, and like, yeah, I can imagine that a lot of dudes, even if that's their biggest dream ever to fuck you, that they still would have a hard time, yeah.
Yeah, and I'm very nice about it, but like, I'll let them film me, and the content is shitty. It's so bad. It's like, I can't even sell this. And I ended up taking everything off on my OnlyFans because it was like nobody wanted to see it. Either their dicks were too small or they couldn't stay hard.
Wow.
Yeah.
So like, the idea of it is really alluring to people, but then the reality of it is
It's really hard.
kind of difficult.
Yeah, because then I did it again. I was like, let me do a whole application process. And then I did it for my friend's YouTube channel. I was like, fuck it, let's do it. Let's like find a virgin. I was like, let's do something different. Let's find a virgin. That one was fun because the dude was like a fan, kinda, and he was a virgin. This dude didn't like, the only contact he's had with a girl is like a conversation. He's never even hugged a girl.
Wow.
Yeah,
And he was able to perform?
You know, I gave him a blowjob, and I was like, let's do missionary and doggy. Let's figure out what you like more. And then he was like, he only liked the blowjob. And I was actually teaching him how to fuck too. I was like, this is how you do it. Like, yeah, like look at my titties, grab my tits. Like, I actually ended up fucking that virgin that I did the YouTube video with, but he didn't want to. He's like, I don't want to do anything. I was like, I respect that. And it was nice because like now this dude is like getting girls, and he has a nice body. It's like
Really? He got in shape after that?
swear like this. Shout out to Kevin. But
Shout out Kevin.
he his confidence is like way better because I took his virginity.
Wow.
So that motivated me to do the exoticas, and then I tried to do it for Jersey last year, but I had my period. I was like, I'm not fucking nobody on my period.
That's kind of personal.
Yeah. So I'm trying to do it again this year for Chicago, but we'll see how that goes. Just because it's either flaking or they just suck.
So you never found a dude in this pursuit who just had like a fucking 10-inch dick and he was just ready to fuck like an animal? Because they gotta be out.
Unless they want to do the porn
Yeah.
and like this is their audition, but most of the time they're too scared. They just want to fuck.
That's crazy. Poor bastards. But when I think about it too, like many times when I'm filming a plug talk scene where it's another guy fucking, I mean, these are professionals and they still are like nervous, kind of on edge, they're popping Viagra, they're like just clearly kind of having a hard time getting into moment right then and there. So imagine a normal dude, it's gonna be 10 times worse.
Yeah, the one, like, I think for the one I did in Chicago, because I was, like, trying to figure out this guy, and, like, he was, like, sweating. You could see in the video, like, he struggled to stay hard. He had a big dick, but he struggled to, you know, actually perform. And off camera, it took him like 10-15 minutes to even come. And when he came, like, I was waiting for like a pop shot on my tits and nothing.
It was just a little dribble.
Little drips. And like, he was like, can you do it again? I'm like,
It's really bad. Your second nut is gonna be worse.
yeah. I was like, I'm sorry. Like, good luck to you, but I can't. It's like, you're wasting my time.
I wonder what is wrong inside his body that he's not creating enough cum.
He was just nervous.
Or maybe he's like got a fucked up diet or something. I feel like
That too.
I'm on a supplement now that's supposed to make me come more, have more volume.
Eating bananas. Some guy told me that helps you like grow a bigger nut.
Yeah, but no, I'm taking like 9 pills a day that are supposed to be. There's some stuff in there that's supposed to make you come more.
Yeah, these are things that I feel like a lot of guys should know.
I don't know if everybody needs to be taking that. I can't even confirm that it works because it's so hard to judge your load.
That's true. It's also genetic.
Besides your load, yeah.
I don't know. I don't know about a penis.
That is a good question though. I wonder if it's like, is your testosterone level directly correlated to the volume of your nuts?
Well, I'm pretty sure, yeah.
I should start running onto a scale.
Yeah, you should ask them and see what's the difference between Monday and Friday.
But then I should also, I have to imagine that I'm about to fucking come on a belly and I'm just like, do I have to go on a scale? But like, it would be so weird because you'd have to, if you really wanted to like do the best job possible on measuring this, you'd have to nut on the exact schedule at the same time every day.
Yeah. It's like trying to have a baby.
Yeah, because
yeah.
once you start having a baby, you start like the girl's telling you all about your cycle, and you have to like circle dates in the calendar.
It's too much. I have a tracker.
Really?
For period.
So you're not on the pill? Really? You're playing with fire. I hear you Mexican girls get pregnant by just looking at it.
You know what?
That's what they say.
That's true.
That's an old joke.
I know my grandma comes from a family of 10 siblings. My mom has 4. My aunt has 4. It's true.
Right.
I see a lot of Mexicans. I'm like, oh, we got a lot of people.
I wonder if that's got truth to it. Like, is the average
It's just
Hispanic girl just like more fertile? I don't know. I feel like it's got to just be a stereotype.
It's just a
right?
stereotype. Like,
or they're just down to have kids. It's not that they're more fertile.
I have no idea.
Two.
Right now, get dresses for just $20 only at OldNavy.com.
Plus, there was so much like witness tampering that was going on. Kelsey got on the stand, changed her whole fucking story. Didn't remember who paid for a lawyer. Then that phone call came out. Remember that jail phone call of Tori apologizing?
Yeah.
Like, you do know this is being recorded, right, Tori? You do know this is a jail phone, and this is going to be part of your case, whatever you say. You don't care. Yeah, I'm sorry this happened. Yo, things just got out of hand. Exhibit A. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, here you go. It all got put together, man, and now he's facing 23 years. He's trying to do an appeal. He got the death row lawyer, David Kenner.
Yeah, you got Kim.
I mean, you never know. You
Yeah.
never know. He got Casey Anthony's old lawyer, who charges $200,000 a month retainer.
Shit. Look, dude.
Yeah, he was representing Harvey Weinstein. Okay, Harvey for $1 million. Only for Harvey to lose later on. So, I don't know, man. Listen, and I really feel bad how many people bashed Megan with her being the victim.
Yeah.
I feel bad. I've always been like, listen,
Tonight, Houston police are looking for the man they say robbed a woman and her husband outside their home, stealing their car, and it was caught on camera.
Janelle Bluto joining us live from the Briar Forest neighborhood with more on what happened and who police are looking for. Janelle.
Yeah, guys, well, police say that 72-year-old woman was held at gunpoint inside her garage in the middle of the day. And now they're hoping you can help.
Her screams are enough to make your heart stop. It was about 3 o'clock in the afternoon on Saturday, February 11, when Houston police say this woman had just opened her garage door at her home off Briar Forest in West Houston. She went outside to put something in her car when police say a man wearing a ski mask approached her, pointing a gun, demanding the keys to her BMW sedan inside the garage. As you can see, she retreats in fear, but her screams were loud enough for her 75-year-old husband inside the home to hear. When he came to the front door, the suspect turned the gun on him, telling him repeatedly to get the keys to the couple's car. The husband goes to grab the keys and the suspect follows him inside for a moment. He then takes off with the car. Houston police say they found the car the next day unoccupied on a street in southwest Houston. But tonight they're still looking for this man. If you have any information, you're asked to call Crime Stoppers.
Ooh.
Guys, it's time to ditch that nasty washcloth and get the body buffer.
New to the Manscaped collection is this body buffer.
But it's pretty dystopian, man.
It is dystopian, and one of the things that I think accelerated it was the lockdowns, right? So for especially people that had a lot of anxiety, there was people that went a year plus without being in contact with other people other than their immediate family members. And so then they seek more time online, they're on online more, and at the same time, this AI-generated 3D image of a person is communicating with you. Just
that, and then the rise of like parasocial relationships. You know, that people watch. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
People watch so much of online people, they think they know you, and they don't. But they feel like you're their friend, rather than them having like online relate. I was hanging out with a few friends. And you know, they got approached by some people. And these guys felt like they knew them. I love all your stuff. What do you think about? They're asking me about one of their friends. Like, what do you think about when this guy did that? And I'm thinking, like, this guy doesn't know you.
Right.
But it's a strange thing where that's our new world. It's different from like when there were celebrities. You didn't feel like you knew Tom Cruise.
Right. Well, that's different too because he didn't really talk. He only talked on screen.
He's playing a character.
Yeah, and when he did talk, it was disastrous. Like, remember when he had that interview with Matt Lauer and he was getting upset at Brooke Shields, who was taking, psychiatric medications, and he's a Scientologist and they believe those are the devil, and so he was telling him, "You're being glib, Matt, you're being glib," and everybody's like, "Oh my God, this guy's a psycho." Remember that?
I ever since I watched Top Gun, I forgot.
That was disastrous to him.
He said,
but ultimately,
he wrote it out
he's
with Top Gun.
Proven correct in a lot of ways, because it turns out that the model of why they were using these SSRIs is not correct. Like, they work, but they're not sure why they work, and the initial thought was that they were addressing some sort of chemical imbalance in the brain, and now that's been proven to not be correct.
How do you think we go about, so it's sort of like managing these two things, right? Like, you manage the fact that pharmaceutical companies have profit incentives that lead them to want people to be on, long-term drugs for, ever. That's the best kind of drugs, one you never get off of.
Right.
With the fact that, on the other hand, you have a lot of, alternative health guys saying, hey, that's nonsense, to listen to the guys. They're also kind of, a lot of them pushing a bunch of pseudoscientific wackiness. So
it's very hard to figure out what's right and what's wrong and what's correct and what's propaganda.
Yeah, because you go
Very
like
hard.
Tom has a point about these all these these pills, but it's like, okay, then is the answer nothing? Like it's hard to know.
It's interesting, right? Because like the question is like illness, right? There are certain medications like insulin for people that are diabetic. These are like actual real solutions to an actual medical problem that's being created by a pharmaceutical company that addresses real issues and helps people. And then there's also stuff like, hey, maybe you need Adderall, maybe you need focus, and so they're giving you speed, right? And so it's not based on a disease. Like I can't go to a doctor and the doctor says, hey, you have herpes, you need herpes medication, and then this fixes your disease. It's, I don't feel good, give me something that makes me feel good. And then they give you something that makes you feel good, and you're like, okay, I'm on medicine because I have an illness. Well, is that really what's going on? But what else is causing that illness? Do you exercise? Do you sleep right? Are you depressed because you have no meaningful relationships? Are you depressed because you have a job that's horrific and stressful? Like, what is causing this that you're just putting a Band-Aid over? And there's confounding issues that are all souped in together,
and no one's the same. That's the thing. It's like how much of it is environmental factors. Like I can speak personally. I have developed some like low grade form of ADHD, but not because I was born.
What does it mean?
Meaning, okay, so like in the past, I could read books for hours and hours on end, right? Like I loved reading books. Due to how much I engage with social media. And I'm someone who tries to monitor this stuff. I was on a flip phone last year for like 6 months out of the year. I mean, like I try to limit this stuff. But because so much of my job is on social media and Twitter and I'm scrolling, and the scroll is so addictive because you context switch so much, so fast that it's like my brain, when I try to lock into a book, it's like it takes me a bit. And I'm somebody who likes to read a lot. I'd say I was like a voracious reader, especially as a kid, and like as I get older, I'm having to sit down and it's more like work. I have to intentionally like, okay, I gotta read this book. I'm gonna cut myself from distractions, and I have all these apps on my phone to try to limit the amount of like screen time that I have, because I know this is bad for my brain. So I don't know. For me, I'm like, Adderall is not a good solution for me because my problem is not that I was born with this issue. My problem is I'm on my device, and my device is literally overstimulating my brain to when I don't have that overstimulation. I'm just sitting in a quiet room with a book. Now my brain's like, well, where is it? Where's the interaction? So for me, I think the answer is, okay, for me, I just have to unplug more, right? And that's what I try to do. But for somebody who says I was born like this, I can never pay attention, like, is the answer, some people say Adderall helps them. What do you say to those people? So it's like, that's what I mean. It's like, it seems like
definitely helps some people.
environmental.
Yeah. Well, I think you're addicted to your phone. For sure.
Yeah.
Most people
are.
Yeah. I'm very fortunate that I'm not addicted to social media. I'm addicted to watching YouTube videos, which is a totally different animal. And I'm also addicted to watching YouTube videos on things that I enjoy, which is better. And so I've filled that gap with things like I watch like fight videos and professional pool matches. It stimulates me in a way, but I'm not engaging with this context switching constantly, like scrolling on Twitter. I go to Twitter maybe 5-10 minutes a day. I go and I see what the fuck's going on, like what is everybody mad at, like who's in trouble. Like I'll shit scroll.
Such a funny way to describe Twitter. It's so accurate too.
But I do not post.
Right.
If I post in ghost. I just post and I leave it alone. I don't read the comments ever. I don't read any of them.
turnover and triage in Ukraine. Today, shakeup at the top of Ukraine's military ranks. President Zelensky dismissing the commander of Joint Force Operations. Mr. Zelensky did not explain why or why now as this leadership shuffle collides with a new Russian offensive. Overnight, a staggered drone assault. 14 Iranian-made unmanned attack aircraft buzzing over Kyiv. Ukrainian air defenses say they shot down 11 of those drones. In Ukraine's south and east, Moscow trying to fracture the line. Russia launching 8 Iranian-made drones over Kyiv, and now that's no good.
We're confident that the Chinese leadership is considering the provision of lethal equipment. We also don't see that a final decision has been made yet.
It takes a process to
the industry is just is way different than the street. You gotta be careful how you move, real cautious how you deal with these industry people.
As y'all boys see how I'm coming. I'm coming aggressive. Album full of hits, full of smashing. Y'all gonna see how I'm coming. I'm coming crazy like all experts right.
News broke out recently that Offset just sued the CEO of Quality Control Music, the record label that published all the albums that he did with Quavo and Takeoff. But the reason lies in a dispute that has little to do with fellow rappers and more so with his solo career. Now the CEO of QC, goes by the name of P, is finally clapping back at Offset for suing him. Nobody's sure as of now whether or not the trap lords from Atlanta, aka Migos, are going to stay together for much longer. However, what we can say with certainty is that Offset is through with the CEO of the record label Quality Control, Pierre P. Thomas. Their ties are being shut off after Offset recently filed a lawsuit against QC in regards to his solo career. It looks like they wanted more than Offset is willing to give. According to Offset, P's been blackballing him for the last 2 years, and it has to stop. That may have been a result of the previous lawsuit, but we'll get to that in a minute. There were a lot of rumors that the two weren't seeing eye to eye even before this Offset lawsuit. However, now the whole world can see that there has been some bad blood between the two all along. You see, Offset was quiet about his feelings towards P when it came to the music that he dropped with the Migos, but now that he's rocking solo, that's a different animal. Offset's accusing QC of not going through with the deal they made in January 2021. Back then, the deal was clear. When Offset makes music as a solo artist, QC doesn't get the bag. That's the business. Let's be clear about one thing here. That deal came with a costly price. Offset paid hella cash to get back the rights from QC for his solo music. And for a while, things were working fine, at least in the public eye. But now, QC's feeling a different type of way. They're trying to claim a part of profits from Offset's latest hit 54321, and in a hostile way too. Offset's not liking it a single bit. Actually, he's pretty upset. So upset, in fact, that he teamed up with a lawyer and filed a lawsuit against QC. Offset is suing QC and P for violating the deal. P had a response for Offset, and it seems like he wasn't too surprised by what happened. In a since-deleted tweet, this is what he had to say about the fact that he's being sued. The last lawsuit was filed publicly and dismissed quietly. Let's see how this one goes. Been too real for all this lame shit. Everyone know the real problem. As you can already tell by the comment, this isn't the first lawsuit that QC faces. The last lawsuit that Pete mentioned here is one from 3 years ago, when it wasn't just Offset who had issues with the record label, it was the whole Migos. Back in 2019, Migos filed a complaint against their attorney Damian Granderson, who worked with them for years. According to them, Damian used the trust that Migos put in him as a means to his own ends. He cheated them on millions of dollars, and to top it all off, he sided with QC instead of them. Basically, he backstabbed Migos. The lawsuit didn't say the exact amount of money that Migos insisted QC gives back to him, but we're talking like millions. Formally speaking, their attorney was sued for professional malpractice and unjust enrichment, but there were also other claims. P had something to say about that lawsuit too. For him, the whole thing was nonsense. Back in 2019, he hopped on Instagram and wrote, "It's unfortunate that the same people that we have worked hard, provided opportunities for, and championed for are now alleging that we have participated in any kind of immoral or unfair business practices, or took advantage of them in their careers, especially while we're dealing with the death of an artist on our label that was dear to us." A little before that Instagram post, Lone Marlowe from Atlanta, who was signed to P's record label, lost his life. His car was shot up and he died on the spot. P posted a photo of the two of them and left a warm message for the Marlowe saying, "So much potential that the world didn't get a chance to see. Love you, bro. It's really hard for me to say RIP." Suffice it to say, the lawsuit in 2019 came at a very unfortunate time. Regardless, that didn't stop P in his tracks. Back then, he also had a reply from the Migos lawsuit. That time, he posted this on his Twitter: "Know the difference between who in your corner and who in your business." It was rather obvious that this was a message for the Migos. In P's eyes, from there on, they were business partners and nothing more. Offset quickly saw the most recent post on P's Twitter. Offset told the world that he and P made a deal, fair and square. It was P who messed up on his end, and that's why the lawsuit is coming his way. He said, "They act like I'm the problem. I paid millions to get my rights back. You blackballed me and said I ain't shit at one time, homie. I ain't spoke to you in 2 years. Now I drop and you want my name on my credit?" Offset isn't alone in this fight. His wife, Cardi B, is right there with him. Even though her tweet was also deleted, the internet saved the tweet for those doing research. She commented, "Offset brought himself out of his QC deal after they didn't want to renegotiate the contract. I'm tired of people trying to make Offset look like the bad guy. Enough is enough." The whole lawsuit most likely stems from the fact that P doesn't want to let go of the sweet, juicy profits that Offset as a solo artist is making. Yes, you can debate whether or not he's ever going to have the same financial success that he had with Migos, but a bag is a bag. And if there's one to be made, then why not? P's a businessman after all. It just looks like he's not ready to ditch the contract just yet. So we're not going to let the contract? He's definitely not going to let out of the contract. Sad part is, if he's not out of his contract, QC still owns it. And that is true. Like it or not, if Offset is still on the contract that he signed with QC in the beginning of his music career, he's going to get those profits from Offset's solo career. Why so? Well, just because Offset paid him money to get solo music right doesn't mean that he has the right to do so on paper. See, nobody ever mentioned a contract being signed saying that Offset P terminated the contract. If it was just a verbal agreement supplemented by some moolah, Offset might as well be on the losing side of this lawsuit, if there is to be one. On paper, P still owns the music that Offset makes, even as a solo artist, unless the contract says differently. However, if there is some sort of contract written in paper that states that Offset's solo ventures do actually belong to him, then we might be seeing P digging into some papers and doing his research on attorneys. Because if so, he's probably going to lose out a lot of money. Signing contracts with record labels is like always a tricky thing, man. Too many young artists who aren't experienced enough sign terrible deals and end up losing loads and loads of money. Just remember Meek Mill and his situation. There are countless such examples. On the other hand, there's the fact that Offset's music hasn't been pushed like that of Lil Baby. Ever since Lil Baby was signed to QC, P has been advertising his projects 24/7. And not once did he post anything about Offset, even though he too dropped fire music. P has different plans now, and Offset is not in any one of them. Moreover, Moreover, P and Lil Baby made a video in response to Offset's lawsuit. In the video, they both say, the show must go on.
Hey, babe, you see what they say on the bed? Read what they say on the bed.
Show must go on. Show must go on.
Out loud in a pretty chill fashion. It's just another case of money over Lord. You just curved Offset with Lil Baby. Music fans aren't so sure this is what the smartest move comes from P. It's not about the money. There's talent, morals, trust, and loyalty. Perhaps P made a mistake. Lil Baby ain't putting out no pressure, so if I was Offset, I'll be in the studio going hard to show QC it ain't shit, but a little straightening. Offset wants to do his own thing, and he don't have to be tied to QC or Amigos. Seems like they feel the type of way because Offset got his own shine without him anyway. So do your thing, Offset. Only time will tell whether or not it was a smart move from P. From the standpoint of a loyal and staying true to the code, there's no link between P and Offset, not anymore at least. Arguments can be made that this wasn't such a smart move, even from a financial perspective. Yes, no, but
I love all types of dancing, salsa, and even belly dancing.
I am a triathlete. I've always been a tough. They call me the symphony of Fortnite.
Ooh, I'm sussy wussy.
My guy totally went for a poop as well. Dude, this gun feels so good when you're hitting shots.
Post is going viral on a Facebook and TikTok where a Wisconsin woman says her driver's license was damaged and defaced by a car dealership in Kenosha. The post includes a disturbing video, and so far it's been shared more than 4,000 times. CBS 58's Jenna Wells live in studio now with what we know tonight. Jenna?
Well, Jessa, we will not show you the video, but it depicts what she says is an employee at NH Auto Sales in Kenosha breaking and urinating on her ID.
The woman's post says she went to look at a car and chose not to buy it. She says she drove home to Waukesha and accidentally left her ID at the shop. A few hours later, someone messaged her on Instagram, warning her of the disturbing Snapchat video. She says they sent her the video, which went viral on Sunday. We reached out to the poster and NH Auto Sales. We haven't heard a response. Kenosha police say they're investigating and want to pursue charges. Meanwhile, a different nearby car dealership is reaching out to help after they became involved as well.
On my way to work, I was like, I need to find a way to turn this into a positive for her, for us, for everybody.
Joe Green owns Budget Motors of Wisconsin in Caledonia. After the post went viral, he says NH Auto Sales changed their name on Google to Budget Auto, which caused Budget Motors to get a slew of bad reviews from people mistaking them for the other dealership. On Monday, Green posted on Facebook clarifying the mix-up and offering the woman a free car from his dealership. Green says he hopes this shows there are good people in the used car industry and in the community.
Hopefully this makes up for it. Hopefully everything turns out okay. and hopefully things die down. There's a little justice involved there too.
Now, Green says the woman will be visiting budget murders soon. The Kenosha Police Department posted Sunday acknowledging the video in their investigation. They also said NH Auto has received threats, which KPD says they won't tolerate. In the studio, Jenna Wells, CBS.
Right now, get dresses for just $20 only at Olivia and Olivia.com.
This weekend, I know me and Smack had a lot of shit going on. Duno, how was your weekend getting prepared for your birthday?
Man, my birthday week was crazy. So I was in Arizona.
Your birthday is not here yet.
Oh,
So
no,
don't say your birthday week. Talk about your
my
weekend.
pre-birthday, my pre-birthday weekend. Friday was actually crazy. So I was leaving the club. I told you guys the story on the group chat.
So tell it again.
Yeah,
Hear this shit?
no, I'm saying I remember I told you guys I put it in the group chat. And you guys were like, be careful.
You want to talk about it?
Yeah, this is right. We'll brief through it. We'll brief through it. So me and the homie down there, and we're leaving the club, and some people that we fool with our homies kind of were like tripping, but not tripping. But then there's always, and we were lacking. We were slipping. We were just slipping. Me and the homie down there happened to be slipping, and one of them had the year in the mean.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And it was bad. It was bad. And he was ready. And we weren't ready. A lot of people, and yeah, man, it happened. I got caught slipping.
He's like, break yourself, fool!
Technically, but in a
I'm only 22. Please don't shoot me.
No, but
it's my birthday week.
It's my birthday week. But also, sometimes you gotta take L's, and like you're like, fuck. In your head, you're like, damn, am I a bitch? And I'm like, nah. Sometimes you just gotta take him to the chin because they're but one of them is being hella cool. We've all been in a situation where you could be cool and all your homies are on some fuck moment.
Right.
But also, I think the certain individual that was being cool, he was realizing how many people were. There were so many people fresh out the club. It was packed, maybe about 100 people on the street. You know what I mean? And it just happened to be all the other individuals were tripping except one, and the one that had the year in the mean. I was talking to the other individual, and I had my hat kind of like this, and he was like trying to prove a point, and he grabbed my hat.
Oh!
And he grabbed my hat, and then I was about to like fucking like take off, and then he grabbed me. Like the other individual was like, "Hey, fool, I'm gonna get it back for you, fool. Don't trip. Like, I'm gonna get it back for
So
you."
he stole your hat. You didn't tell us that in the text
I
message.
did. Read it again.
Did you know this, Smack?
I put it in the group chat. I got my hat, dog.
You got your hat back though?
I did, and it got cracking too, like the police type shit. It was bad.
So you got robbed.
I got robbed for my hat, but not for my chain.
Which is weird.
He
seen your chain too?
He seen my chain. It was out. I was like, okay, that shit fake. It's not though.
No, it ain't.
But I was like, hey man. But I was like, look. You know when somebody is with the functions and you just like, and I didn't have nothing on me. Dog. We was lacking. We got caught lacking, and they got me hats, brothers. It's okay. I'll take the L for that.
I'm happy that you are okay.
Yeah.
But this goes back to what I've been telling you.
Yeah.
Bro, you are way too important now, bro. You cannot just go anywhere, pop up anywhere, bro. And you...
But wasn't she
Donor
making...
Mid-Level, I always want to find ways to save you money. So let's meet the barely paid spoke.
Black China says she's broke. What does that mean?
So she was on the red carpet at the Grammys saying that she's broke, but you said otherwise. Nice.
To me, she been like she was broke.
Do you know how much money she was saying she had from her OnlyFans? I think is she about to go back to court?
I'm going there. Come on.
Is that what's happening?
Turn me up. I'm going in.
Go.
Who was Black China? That's the Kardashian baby mother, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And
she said she broke-ish. How you feel about that?
And Tiger baby mother, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Well, Tiger and Rob said they was giving up 30 or 40 bands a month.
That's like so she making 70? She making 70 a month?
They were Republican said,
They do some math, 70 a month. How much that is?
840 grand.
Draw pocket She got him. Okay, hold on. Let me rethink. I can't go in.
Plus her OnlyFans.
Plus her OnlyFans.
Yeah.
How much did OnlyFans was doing?
What did she say? She said she was making like 20 million from it.
She said a lot.
Yo, let me say this real quick though. Like, we gonna stop hyping these OnlyFans. Are you bitches fucking on there? That's what we want to see.
No.
I'm sorry. I want to see that.
So, I gotta sign up
Fam,
for this year. No, for real. What you doing with y'all saying?
No, she is.
For real?
Who is?
I haven't talked to her about that tonight.
That's your people's?
Yes.
Yeah. Oh, okay, I got it.
I don't give.
No, my thing is.
She not yours? Sorry.
Here you go. I'm about to get you.
Diamonds and pearls. Stupid ass bitch, nigga. I don't give a fuck. I gotta be cool with her. Yo, I'm gonna get fucked, nigga. Ass up, sucking dick. With a red camera, looking like a McFooling in the kitchen with a bad stove. Are you dumb? Fuck you talking about? That's my friend. I don't want to claim her friendship, nigga.
Why?
Cause she getting fucked nastily.
Some of your girlfriends, homegirls.
I ain't see it. I ignore watching that shit. I ignore watching that. I can't face that shit.
Your people not getting fucked?
That shit kind of nice. I got. That shit nice.
Yo, dog. But again, why would you do that if you could make money not having to do that?
Cause you beating the system, though.
Nah.
So what, nigga? You too.
Now let me pull up my OnlyFans.
Come on.
Nigga, we from the bottom. Beating the system is congratulated.
Hey, yo, hold on. Man. You wouldn't want to see Black China ass up in the air?
I don't even know. Black China could be at that table.
Yes, yeah. Apparently he don't know who she is.
She is, so I don't know.
Who ass would you prefer to see in the air?
Oh, who or who?
We got another a friend of the show.
Who or who? Look, to answer your question, dog, now, no, I don't think Black China is broke.
Okay.
The quote, the statement she said, what's her government name?
Angela White.
She said Angela White has $3,000 in her checking account. She's broke.
Right.
I'm sure she has a corporate.
But
VC LLC.
Yeah.
Might
All
be.
I heard from that was, oh, okay, I see what you're doing.
Salute.
Use your button.
Let's
Go ahead.
Indiana County Police tell us they are currently looking for an alleged gang member who is still on the run. The department just announced more than 24 were arrested in a major gang case. Police tell us 25 alleged gang members have been arrested as part of a 310-count indictment. The department says the allegations against those arrested include RICO violations, murder, armed robbery, and terroristic threats. Investigators say they are still searching for this person you see right here, 22-year-old Corey Kelly. Anyone with information on where Kelly could be is urged to call Gwinnett County Police. We continue to follow this case and look through the indictments. We're going to have the very latest.
iPhone 14 Pro, Apple Watch SE, and iPhone, all three on Verizon.
This is the MV7 microphone, and this is what it does. Capture industry standard audio, whatever your craft is. It's a microphone that responds to you with auto level mode, allowing you to sound up close and personal with near mode. Good sounds have never been this straightforward. The MV7.
The video, Busta Rhymes was at the airport, and a woman basically
right,
his ass and
listen, Busta don't play, man.
I've been around Busta before. I can totally see that.
Yeah, you know how
I can totally. You can't even really.
What's your reaction if somebody grab your ass in the airport? You just never know. What's your reaction? It's kind of weird for somebody to be that brazen. You know, you're a celebrity. You're walking through the airport and grab your fucking ass. Like, that girl was crazy. She was tweaking, but it's cool. I mean,
well, people pointed out that if it had been reversed, if it was a man grabbing like a female celebrity,
definitely. I mean,
he'd be arrested.
You definitely would have been, of course.
Whereas the woman was like, she even did an interview saying, "Oh, I don't say it was a big deal. I was just trying to get his attention. I accidentally, like, you know."
I mean, we all know it's a double standard, and it's cool. I mean, it is. A man can't just grab a woman's ass. That's a charge.
Yeah.
If a woman grab your ass, I doubt, you know, you're gonna press charges.
Nah,
you know what I'm saying?
I remember when I just interviewed Boosie, and I said, you know, were you surprised at the Tory Lanez?
John Wick. Slow roll it the one. I should hawk him down though. I ain't got no kills this way. Dang, right out there. Always a good book. 33. That sound like somebody got like that ice perk and they be sliding and shit. That's the John Wick dude. He really just looked dead at me and seen me. Just want to prove a bad shit. Guess he lost his AI. In the storm now? more ice. I ain't have no, I was trying to maybe get it, pop. You know, 3 o'clock, so 3:40ish, I'll start to heat it up.
Verdict, he goes no, because he's never seen a domestic dispute, go to court and the man ends up being found not guilty. And I'm like, what about Johnny Depp? He goes, oh yeah, that's a good point.
Never saw a man and a woman go to something and that man wins. Huh. You never domestic violence.
Johnny Depp.
Johnny Depp. He got that money out there.
He got that.
She went too far.
Yes.
Yeah.
That was a big one too.
Yeah.
That was a big one. But that was a civil trial.
Johnny Depp was different. Somebody got shot, man. When people get shot, shit is serious. You all know that. I don't care if you got shot in your pinky toe, your left foot, your right foot. Yeah. Your ass got shot. That's it. Shit get real. I know for me, like I said, I don't like to talk about Tony. I met him, I think, before. I don't know. But, for me, I'm pleading guilty. Yo, sorry, nigga. Sorry. It would been 7 apologies, and then you get this 5 years. Maybe I'll do 2 of it, and do 3 years probation. I think logically. That's just me.
Well, I think with Tory, I think he'd never. Well, I know that he'd never been in prison before.
I've been in jail.
He's 5'2", and what I think is that he was so terrified of any prison time that he decided to throw a Hail Mary.
Because to me, the worst thing about jail or prison is the food. Until you get your own packages and you can chef up. Like on an island, you got motherfuckers that chef. They get the Slim Jims, shit, chef it up, right? Shit tasting like filet mignon in that motherfucker. You know what I mean? Could bake a cake on the pot, but as for eating from the mess hall, unless you gotta hook up with the chef or something, it's trash. Just chill, it's trash. And don't drink Rikers Island Kool-Aid. Stick to the floor. You don't know what's in this. I should be staying on the floor for 7 months.
Oh, well, listen, I've been in central booking before. I've got locked up in the floor.
Yeah, that's the
and
worst.
I know, and it's funny how like
what's the worst? The bologna sandwich?
The bologna sandwich, yeah.
Or your sneaker as a pillow. Tell me what's worse.
The bologna sandwich. I remember one of the dudes that was locked up with me like, yo, man, don't eat that shit. Notice none of the guards eat it. Don't eat that shit.
No, don't eat that shit. Got the mustard, but yo, when times is hard.
You made a comment in our interview about China Mac, the Asian community. They have brothers who are black. They came from the same struggle. They ain't the Chinese, whatever the fuck they are, Asian, playing black, right? That nigga talk. How can YouTube allow a video with nothing but Asians in it use a racial slur toward a black dude? How can that stand up, man? And what niggas is co-signing with that? What black Americans, what African Americans, what black organization is letting a group of Asians say that nigga Charles. Say, homie, we supposed to be ready to go to war with them people behind me. I don't know what's going on in California, homie, but how can they disrespect? They can't take that word nigga and use it against me. That's the example I use, right? They want to embrace our culture, but when they get mad at us, how do they say niggas to them? How can they use that word nigga toward a black guy and call me a nigga? Let Vlad TV and his white buddies do that. Let John Paul and Logan Paul, let them get together and do that. And see, it will be an uproar. Now your YouTube was flagged. Yeah, my YouTube was flagged for playing that video on my YouTube channel.
About you.
About me. Titled about me. Saying nigga Charles. And these is Chinese goofs. And I'm sorry to say that on your channel, but I don't like them people. I don't like anybody who think they can take our culture and you
Your hair, my bones, finest, one of a kind, best and only access.
Guests may enjoy a tableside dish of mussels in a saffron broth.
Hi, Marina. You're fine back there. No, yes.
Served by Heather for the blue team and Chris for the red team.
That's pretty strong as a flavor.
Jesus Christ. Ladies, let's go.
Yes. I'm excited to have the rookies on my team. They've all been strong in challenges. Welcome, girls. Try not to sound too creepy saying, welcome, girls.
Blue team, good luck. 2 twos, let's go. 2 scouts will come out. 1 muscle table side.
Yes, chef. Heard.
2 scouts in 1 minute. Hit the pan.
Scouts on the pan right now.
It's our first night together with all the ladies, and I hope I can figure out how to totally just manipulate all of them to follow my lead so that we can get a win under our belt. Can I go up?
I can can't sell these scallops. These shits are fucking, I don't know what is wrong with them. I'm gonna sell you one and drag on one scallop, okay? I'm literally 30 seconds behind.
Fettuccine?
Go!
You want me to sell this one and not this one, right?
Yeah, sell that one, please. I can't sell these.
Chef, scallops?
Where's the other scallop?
Behind you. Scallops?
Yeah. Hey, look, I got milky scallops. Just want to put them over. No, but look. First of all, why are we putting 2 portions in one pan?
Chef, I told you about. Never mind.
What? That's not the one that you didn't want.
There were 2 scallops. I told you not to sell one because it's not ready. I got the second one going right here. Chef, that's our bag. Ariel, don't touch anything on my fucking station. Don't touch my spoon, my butter, my oil. It could be on fucking fire. Don't touch it.
Talk to me, T. I'll take it.
Chef, I got your perfect scallops right now, Chef. You want them with scallops?
Nicely cooked scallops.
After T's quick recovery on scallops.
Chorizo, you guys spicy, not spicy? Spicy? Alright, good.
With Heather's tableside service hopping.
I apologize.
The blue team is off to a solid start. Unfortunately, Chris's tableside service is not.
Hey, Chris, come here. What have you got going on?
You finish up?
You've got nothing going on.
Yeah, that's
So why aren't you in here? Look at me, red team.
Yes, sir.
Tall. It's too silent.
The chef.
An order and fire. 2 minutes from now, 2 scallops on.
The chef. Is there anything I can help you with, Coach? No, I'm good, man. I have to do something. Okay, you okay with it? Alright. Bottle? I'll take it. I got you. I'm good. I'd rather. If I'm gonna go down, I don't want someone to come down. But I want to help. I came in here to help you. Can you please get it? As long as you do it right. You good? I will. I promise. Make sure it happens. Alright, here we go. Locked and loaded. I love cooking scallops. I love this station. I'm pumped. Scallops working hard? Scallops working.
How long 2 scallops?
Chef, I got about another 30 seconds.
No way.
No, you got 45 seconds. 60 seconds, Chef. Why are they taking so long? Chris, man, if we're gonna be late on it, we gotta be right on it.
Scallops, you're right. Scallops, you're right.
Hi, red team. Oh, God. Here we go again.
Look what I've got. I'm going to send that to customs.
You know better, brother. You know this. How is this? Meaning Kevin, of course, and he's gonna kill you. I'll cook the scallops, portion you out 2 scallops. My patience are done. You know, I've tried to give Chris the benefit of the doubt, but you know what? Fuck you now. He's not gonna finish his salad with you.
You watch the fucking
No,
pad.
I heard with the pad. Fucking watch the fast and tell us and talk to us.
Watch the highlights. Hey.
Sparkling or tap?
Well, actually,
No.
we brought our own. Filtered by Culligan.
Sure, we're a bit obsessed with water, but that's okay.
Biggest division 25 to 29. And lane number 6, that is Tyreek Hill, making his first appearance on a track since 2014. As he goes for a USATF Masters title at 60 meters here in Louisville, Kentucky. Tyreek Hill on the blocks as he races for the first time on a track in 9 years. Men's 60 meters. And those block start practices were working pretty well during the week. And look at him take the win here. As we'll await that official time. But welcome back to the track, Tyreek Hill. You have won the USATF Masters title here at 60 meters. 6:70 will be the official time. As he had that one won right out of the blocks. And they're in splendid isolation in Louisville, Kentucky.
And you have price drop protection. Expedia pays you back if your flight becomes cheaper. So
when discussing Chris Brown, it's impossible to forget the 2009 incident where he physically assaulted his girlfriend Rihanna, who, as we know, was and still is one of the most popular stars of the past decade. Some of you from that moment on were never a fan of Chris Brown again, and while it did leave a stain on his reputation, being forever associated with this disgraceful incident basically didn't hurt his career at all. Today, Chris Brown has over 50 million monthly listeners, has more gold records than Elvis, and is still selling out stadiums all over the world. Just last week he posted on Instagram about how people still hate him for a mistake he made at 17. But Chris Brown has made a mistake almost every year for the past decade. He seemingly isn't a changed man, so why didn't his career end? Today, we will find out exactly why. Stay hydrated. By early 2009, Chris and Rihanna were considered a music industry hitmaker power couple. Rihanna had 2 #1 hits, SOS and Umbrella, along with a number.
Looks like I'm having some cup here. I should have went to Mega City. This might be my last game because this is all I want to take a shower and shit. Put myself a few things in. Alright, good luck.
Hits such as Ponder Replay, Unfaithful, Don't Stop the Music, Shut Up and Drive, Disturbia, which was actually written by Chris Brown, Take a Bow, and many others. Chris also had 2 #1 songs, his debut Run It and Kiss Kiss, along with other hits like Say Goodbye, Gimme That, Yo, Take You Down, With You, and Forever.